and one that's hopefully going to lead to lots of insight on our upcoming budget year as well as the future of Spencer. So everybody buckle up. It's going to be a busy day. We got lots on the horizon. I do want to start out by welcoming all the folks that we have with us. I know, Peter, you're going to do introductions for the league staff and COG staff, that's Central Carolina Council staff that's helping us. We appreciate y'all being with us today. I do want to give a special recognition to Mr. Harry Warren, our House representative, who is here today. He's going to say a few words for us on things at the state level. So, Harry, thank you so much for being here. All right.
Yes. Thank you so much. Test, test. Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I love it. Hi, my name is Kasha Thompson, and I'm the Director of Strategic Engagement and Technical Services for Central Carolina Regional Council. I want to thank you for your membership. Thank you for serving on our boards and now our executive committee. Alderman Sledge is now part of our Central Carolina Executive Committee, so she'll be not only shaping how Spencer shows up, but also shaping the direction of the region by setting our agendas. So we appreciate your service, and we thank you to everybody who comes out and participates. For those who don't know, Central Carolina Regional Council serves a 9-county region. Our membership includes the cities and counties within those 9-county region, and we bring everybody together to discuss regional issues, and we represent issues that are consistent across the region in federal advocacy and education and awareness and in multiple ways. So one of the things we also do is facilitate retreats, facilitate discussions, and we'll get into that process in just a second. And the clicker is right here. And I point it in which direction? Okay. Okay. So today's agenda, we are going to go over a few little housekeeping points. We're going to have the kickoff. We'll have remarks from the representative. Thank you. And then we'll have staff and partner presentations and board discussions. We're actually going to weave in a little board exercise that we hope will allow each of you to get to know each other better. One of the things we aim to do is celebrate who you are as individuals, but also facilitate ways for you to learn and grow as a group, so that making group decisions is both an easier and more productive process. And then we'll go into some updates from the legislative updates from the league and financial updates, and then we'll take a little break. And then we'll move into affordable housing and growth development before lunch. During lunch, you'll have a presentation from the health department on their health equity zone update. Later last year, I was able to help them with a project where we did a Spencer-specific focus group to understand community needs in Spencer, and they're going to expand upon that a little bit more to help you inform your decision making, bring that focus group into your work, and let you benefit from it as well. And then we'll hear some board presentations and some committee presentations, take a break, and then we'll do an exercise in which we work to overcome roadblocks that are not just financial. A lot of times we say we can't fund something, and that's where the conversation ends. That's not where the passion for the project ends. So what are some things that we can do, especially during challenging times, in order to reset and refocus and put some good organizational strategy behind it? So the benefits of board facilitation. By having a third party come in, we have no agenda to move forward. We're just here to make sure you all stay on time, stay on target, get the information you need, maybe provide some clarifications and stop the conversation along the way to make sure everybody's at the right place. It gives staff a chance to just be in the conversation, to really answer to and listen to what you need as a board without having to do the hosting duties, right? The process management, we're going to look at the agenda. We have the detailed agenda with times and things. You have a more general agenda. And the reason for that is we want the conversation to be organic, but we're going to do a good job of staying within the parameters of what you need to get done today and make sure that you get all those things done. And then again, we want flexibility for staff so that they can participate as experts in this process. And so our methods, of course, we want, you'll have some content presentations, some individual reflection, small work group, and large group discussion. And it's the mix of these items that lets you move forward discussions and decisions and processes quickly, right? So we try to put together a good mix, give you things to react to, facilitate some discussion around it, and then help you move forward. So we're going to ask that you pay attention, withhold judgment, really reflect, ask for clarification when needed. A lot of times in government, we use lingo that folks don't understand, or you might, sometimes do you have to pretend you know what the acronym is just to keep the conversation moving? We don't want that to happen. We want it to slow down, and we want to make sure everyone is on the same page with their understanding. We want to summarize the discussions, and then we want to share when it's appropriate. So the ground rules, we just like to establish these so everyone is on the same page. We want everyone to have full participation. Be here, be present. If you need to use your phone, we'll ask you to step out. No silent objectors happens to be my favorite rule, and I didn't hear about this until I started working with Centralina. No silent objectors means don't let the process get down the road without saying something, and then get mad when it's down the road because you didn't have a chance to say something. Stop the process, stop the conversation when appropriate, and ask for what you need. Share what might be bothering you about the situation so it can get resolved in the moment, and not letting staff work on a project for a few months and then say, this is not what I wanted at all, right? We want those conversations to happen now. That's why you have planning sessions. Assume we all have something to learn. This is a room of experts just by nature of being humans that live in your community. You are experts in all the things you've experienced. But let's assume that we have things to learn from our friends and neighbors and colleagues. And ask for what you need. If you need to take a time out to ask what that acronym means or to ask what that slogan or saying or whatever the situation is, ask for that clarity. There are no dumb questions. And then the parking lot. If you've ever done work with Centralina, you know we have a parking lot. And this is the secret to keeping the conversation moving, I'll tell you that. There may be times when we focus in on a point that's not directly related to the conversation, but just as important. But it's not what we're trying to achieve today. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it on the parking lot, and we can come back to it at the end of the meeting, or manager will be able to circle back with you later and have those conversations afterwards. So it's just a safe place to put it. I know I like to see my ideas written down, so I know nobody forgot about it. This is the most valuable 2x3 space in the entire room. All right, so with that, I will turn it over. We can pull down my presentation. And I don't know if the representative has, well, Peter, you were going to do a recap of yesterday, correct?
Yes, and Mayor Williams had some comments as well.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if the comments earlier were.
How do you want me to do that up there?
Wherever you'd like.
Well,
I like to walk and talk. So. Okay. There you go.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think it's on. Yeah. All right. So I mentioned last night that our theme is going to kind of be this concept of obstacles or roadblocks, right? And so I want you to keep that in mind, right? Because, you know, some of the stuff we've talked about are infrastructure projects and things like that. So I really want to focus this brief introductory remarks on how we can overcome those obstacles, and it's going to have a little bit of an infrastructure flair to it, all right? So I've titled this The Power to Move Mountains, Overcoming Obstacles. And so what you'll see here is, I guess I'll ask you, what do you see in this picture? Just initial words, just right off the cuff, what do you think?
Mountains.
Mountains, yeah.
Long road.
Long road. Ah. What else?
Beautiful scenery.
What's that?
Beautiful scenery.
Beautiful scenery. Yeah.
Nature.
Nature. Yeah.
Going towards what appears to be an impenetrable mountain.
Hey,
Likely attack.
Kyle, you gave it away, man.
Blue skies.
That's absolutely right. There's beauty in this, right? There's unknown in this, but there's also an impending obstacle, right? Some people may look at this and they may look at it and say, man, there's snow on that. I can go skiing. There's adventure. I can go hiking or climbing. Others may be on this path and this road and say, well, how am I going to get around it or through it or over it? I want to start with a quote from Michael Jordan. Obstacles don't have to stop you. If you run into a wall, don't turn around and give up. Figure out a way how to climb it, go through it, or work around it. All right. So, again, now we're up to this mountain, right? And it looks pretty daunting, right? It's beautiful, pretty daunting. I think there's probably some people would look at it and say there's lots of adventure there. There's lots of opportunity, right? But for a lot of us, that would be pretty discouraging, right? It's a pretty monumental obstacle we have to get around. But what if we change our mindset? What if we look, instead of looking at that as a barrier, we look at it as an opportunity, that we find an opportunity in that barrier? All right, so I want to kind of start and show you this picture. All right, this is a huge granite formation, right? Looks pretty daunting, pretty impenetrable. So, how do we tackle this, right? We're faced with many obstacles in our town, right? Some of those obstacles are things we have direct control over. Some of them are things within our society, within our regional and national economy that we really have no control over, right? So how do we navigate this obstacle? All right. Well, how do you tackle a granite formation? Well, many years ago, we had to do it by hand, right? We were having to do things like tunneling, right? When we came to a mountain or came to a formation to get through it, for our path to get through that, we had to tunnel through it. And a lot of that had to be done by hand. But over time, our tools, our knowledge have increased, and our ability to tackle these mountains and bore through them, tunnel through them, has increased. We've got all sorts of new technology that's continuing to evolve, right? And just like this tunnel, we as a board, we as a town staff, we as a community have more and more tools at our disposal. We've had lots of success, and that's created momentum for us, right? And that's a tool for us to really build off of to get through some of these obstacles we face. And once we have an opportunity to bore through that mountain, there's light at the end of the tunnel. And so what was once an impenetrable mountain becomes a beautiful scenery and an opportunity for us to move from one point through that obstacle to our future. So let's take the example of a quarry, right? A rock quarry. How do they tackle a rock quarry when they mine it? Well, they start one layer at a time, right? They work from the top and they work down one layer at a time, and they drill deeper and deeper and deeper to get to basically what amounts to the bottom of the quarry. So you take a huge granite formation that is a quarry, and it takes years to work through that, but they do it in a methodical way, and they have a plan with how they're going to do it. They know the obstacles there. That's what they're there for, to break through that obstacle. And that's what we're here as a town and as a board. That's what we're here for. Our job is to help break through those obstacles for our community to make sure that the future is bright for each of our residents. So, they've gone one layer at a time. Well, then what do? They crush up the rock. They take large boulders that they've broken up and they put it through a crusher. And they break it down into manageable tasks, into manageable material. And that's a lesson for us to begin to break down these huge obstacles into tasks that we can manage and that we can overcome. And we're going to talk about that today. And so then what happens is the end product, these obstacles become opportunities, right? We've taken this obstacle and now we've made a material that we can use. And in Spencer, we have a way we can turn an obstacle into a pathway to our future, right? We talk about paving, don't we, Joe? What do you have to do paving?
Equipment.
You have to have equipment, but you have to have the rock, right? You have to have that obstacle and turn it into the opportunity to pave that pathway to a better future. And so I'll leave you with this. Patience and perseverance have a magical effect before which difficulties disappear and obstacles vanish. It's by John Quincy Adams. And so when we've made it through that obstacle, the pathway ahead is pretty beautiful and pretty wide open. So I encourage you today as we go through, let's identify what obstacles we have and then work together to break down those barriers and break through those obstacles for our future. Thank you.
Representative Warren. Thank you so much for being here. I think you can use that mic, or if you prefer to walk around, you can use it.
No, I realize walking around makes me a harder target, but I'll just stand here and confront you. I thought I was going to be bringing the elephant into the room, but apparently I'm the rock, big granite rock that I'm toting around here. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit this morning about what's probably on your minds, and that is the state government's preoccupation right now with property tax and what are we going to do about it. The reason it came up is because every representative, every state senator has been receiving lots of phone calls from his constituents based on their respective counties and districts' recent evaluations. And why that's a problem this time more than before is that you might have noticed that in the last 10, 15 years, we've grown population-wise by over 1.5 million people in North Carolina. We're experiencing growth, economic growth here, as well as population growth in Rowan County. Now, growth is great, but it's a double-edged sword because it puts a strain on your infrastructure, your health care, your school systems, and your judicial system. But it also raises property taxes. In North Carolina, our property valuations have been rising faster than the national average, and that's why it's become an issue, and that's why your state government is looking at it. Now, we're not going into this. The House was first to appoint a select committee to look into it, to find out, basically to get an education. It was not on our radar screen 2 years ago. So it's something that's come up. Just recently, the Senate has announced it was forming a committee to look into it as well. Now, the House committees met 3 different times. Initially, most of the members that were appointed to the committee, there's 23 of us on the committee. Representative Julia Howard, who represents part of Rowan County along with Yadkin and Davie counties, is the co-chair of the committee. Representative Grant Campbell, as many of you know, represents the southwestern part of Rowan County. Part of Cabarrus County is on the committee, as I am. So I think a lot of us in the committee went into the first meeting with the assumption that what we were looking at was how do we cut a break for the elderly, for the veterans, and it's much as we got testimony from stakeholders and from staff, we realized this is a very complex issue. But we all went in, Republicans and Democrats alike, we all went in with the same point of view that we didn't want to do anything that would harm the individual county's revenue stream. We wanted to hold as much as possible the counties harmless for this because we understand that money does not come to us, it's yours, and you need it for all the things you just talked about. So we understand that, and I want to make sure that's at least one takeaway that you have here is that every member of that committee is committed to holding the counties harmless on the revenue stream somehow, some way. There's got to be a way to address the issue because what's happening is people's property evaluations, and they don't really understand. When we talk terms, and you all talk, your county commissioners talk about revenue neutral, and they see their tax bill go up by 20, 30, 40% or more, they don't understand what neutral means to you people. So I've had many conversations explaining in very simplistic terms how property valuation goes up, but the tax rate on the value goes down, so your tax rate is actually being reduced. However, the bottom line is, and what means the most to the individual homeowners, of which I'm one, you're one, is what do I owe? So the value goes up, the rate goes down, and the bill goes up. And it's bottom line, that's what they care about. And that's what we're trying to address there. When we started looking at this, one of the things that came up was an epiphany for us, was the impact of federal government decisions on this issue, this local issue of property tax. When you look back at what the state can do to help offset any impact on your revenue generation, we're impacted by the cutbacks on the feds and on the supplemental nutrition SNAP program and the FEMA, the funding for FEMA, as well as the projected cuts for Medicaid. You know, a few years back, after 12 years of saying we couldn't afford to do this because we don't trust the federal government to hold up its end of the bargain of 90% of the cost, well, we went ahead and expanded Medicaid. Over about 600,000 people enrolled on it, and now the federal government's talking about cutting back. We can't afford it. I'll tell you right now, as your representative, this state cannot afford it. And if Senator Berger insists on continuing these these personal income tax reductions, even without those federal impacts, we'd be looking at about $800 million plus deficit in 2 years. So what we decided to do, or what we come up with as a remedy or some type of easement, some type of relief for homeowners, we have to take that into consideration too, what our own ability as a state is to do that and hold the counties harmless. So we look at several different things that are possibilities in addressing this. One thing is called assessment limits. Are you familiar with those? Just a simple nod of the head, or because this is what we did when staff explained this to us. It's like, oh, these are new things, man. It goes way beyond cutting breaks for targeted groups like veterans and seniors. Targeted relief programs. I'll write these down so I didn't overlook anything, so excuse me for looking at the notes. Or how to do rate caps or reductions of rates. And another thing is truth in taxation is another way in which you basically have transparency, putting any increase before the voters, kind of like we do with bonds. Another thing is the levy limits. All these things have positives and negatives in them. And for example, the assessment limits, you can put a limit on how much of a valuation rate increase there could be on an individual property. But while that gives relief to the homeowner, it also regresses home sales, which impacts real estate. And I mean, this is really a myriad situation of cause and effect, or impact and result. But I could go into each one of those, but what we're looking at too, I mean, start out very simplistically of looking at, well, who do we tax? I mean, why do we give exemptions? Nonprofits, churches, corporations, why do we give exemptions of these entities? And what's the political and the financial ramifications of touching those, traditional exemptions? So there's a lot of ways we're looking at that. And I can tell you, the House Select Committee met in December, we met in January, we met in February, and we're scheduled to meet on March 18th, at which point we expect to be putting a draft together of things. Over the last 6 weeks or so, since the last meeting in February, members have been going through all of the presentations from staff and from counties and from just myriad stakeholders. And then individually, we have been submitting to the chairs what we think are the most viable solutions. And the chair's been putting this stuff together. So we expect to see some type of an outline, something we can start putting some meat on the bones, so to speak, when we come back up there in a couple of weeks. So I'd be interested in taking your impact on it. But before you give me input on that, what I'd suggest you do is go to ncleg.gov. That's the home page for the state. And you'll see a thing on the toolbar there for committees. You go to committees, it'll drop down, give you House, Standing, whatever. Go to House Select. Choose House Select, and then one of the first ones up will be Property Tax Reform and Reduction. Click on that. When you click on that, the committee will come up and you can see at the top of the bar across Julia and Mitch Setzer's heads, there will be a bunch of selections there. And you want to hit documents, all right? And then when you go to documents, it'll do a drop-down screen, and lower part of that will give you the dates for each of the 3 meetings we've already had. And you can look at the meetings when you can get into the documents of each one of those. But go to the last meeting, February's meeting, and that's where you'll see, I think, I want you to go to all of them, do the homework on that, but that is the one I think has the most informational stuff, and will explain these various avenues of property tax reforms that we could consider and are considering. So, don't want to overlook anything, and I'm sure that the most important thing, though, for you is to realize I live here. It's whatever decisions we make as an assembly affects all of us individually too. But we have a problem from Cherokee to Dare. We have a problem. From Warren County to Mecklenburg County. It's a problem. It's not just us, and we are looking at holistically. Okay, so I'm ready to answer any questions or try to anything that I could answer for you. But I do want you to rest assured we do know what you're up against, and we do know your apprehension and your concerns. We're taking that into consideration because there's an election coming up. That's a joke, okay? I've just been very busy the last 6 weeks planning a failing strategy for one myself. But can I answer any questions for any of you?
Yeah, Representative Warren, thank you so much for sharing that information. I'll kick us off. I've got a few questions, a few just observations. Maybe you can respond to, and I'm sure our board has questions as well. We started last night with our kind of lead off to this strategic planning session, talking about some of those obstacles, and obviously funding is an obstacle for us when we're having to keep a growing town moving forward, and some of the issues we're dealing with, and I think you've heard me mention this too. I think I mentioned it at a chamber event with Representative Campbell. Joel, our public works director, he is each year strapped more and more in the ability to repave our streets, to do just routine maintenance, because, as you know, costs are rising, asphalt costs are rising, costs in general are rising, right? And so they're not just rising for our residents, they're rising for our town and the ability to do the things that we've always done. It's just much more expensive to do it. And so now what we're hearing from citizens is they want their roads repaved.
Sure.
But the reality is we've not gotten an increase in Powell bill funding for over a decade now. In fact, at one point several years ago, it was reduced. And so, we're being asked to do more by our community with less of the resources that we've traditionally had. So that's an issue for us. That's one of the roadblocks we face. The other we heard last night, we're facing it in public safety. From a fire department perspective, in the need to make sure that we've got the right number of staff on our fire trucks, something that every municipality is dealing with. Salisbury is dealing with it right now. And from Chief File as well, we are losing officers to competing agencies because of this concept of everybody leapfrogging one another to offer just a little bit more money. And so our costs continue to rise because of those various factors, right? We've got to find a way to pay for that. And the way that we traditionally pay for that is property tax increases. Now, that's one of the reasons we're pushing for economic development. We're so excited about the potential that Spencer has to help offset some of that need for property tax increases to our residents. But the reality is that's what fuels our town and the ability to move things forward. So when we talk about going and cutting things, what that means is there's going to be a significant reduction in level of service to our citizens if that happens across the board. And I think I took great offense when Senator Ford made the comment in the chamber meeting that the state was not trying to, they weren't trying to punish the municipalities. They were just targeting a few, trying to cut the fluff. And I'll tell you, I look around here, there is no fluff in this agency and organization.
Let me interject, not to interrupt you, but Senator Ford speaks for himself.
I
okay?
know that. I know.
And he's also a senator, which to me and some of my members in the House, the Senate is the bane of our existence right now. I've always been impressed by and amazed by the difference in mentality between the House and the Senate. And I think one reason for that, after 15 going on 16 years of being there, is that it gets down to just numerically. I represent about 89,000, about 5 or 6 people off of 89,000 people. Senator Ford represents over 201,000. We're closer to our people. We're closer to our district and the House membership. So we have, I think, a sharper sense of empathy for what we are going through. As far as what you're talking about, though, the cost of asphalt is tied to the cost of oil. You use oil in asphalt. So right now we're bombing the daylights out of Iran. And last night I filled up the tank of my little tiny 2009 Escape at $3.39 a gallon, which about a week ago I think was $2.69 a gallon. So we're all feeling that, and it's again goes back to what we're experiencing on the federal level impacting the state level, which in turn impacts your ability to do things. Because you're right, even though under the previous administration the inflation rate might have been in excess of 2 or 3%, maybe 4%, even now dropping it down to 1.5 or 2% is it's less pain, but it's still pain, and it doesn't help the situation when, as I said earlier, economic development is great, and we've been waiting for it for how long? We've been waiting for Charlotte to overflow into Cabarrus and Cabarrus to overflow to us. And I got to say, just as a sidebar, and I've said this many times, Jonathan, you've heard me say it, I'm amazed that having been a resident of Duval County, Florida for 10 or 15 years or so, I watched the management of economic development there, and they did it well, and so are we. All of our towns, I think, are doing a very good job. Maybe it's having waited 30, 40 years to get it, but you're doing that well. But at the same time, we're experiencing economic impact that's stopping you from, or at least retarding your ability to address those other side of the double-edged sword of economic development. As I said earlier, the increase on demands for infrastructure. Roads not only need to be repaved, they need to be widened. You've got over in Old Moxville Road, they put in Oxford Station, and that's just a 2-lane highway, but you've got people who can come out of that. I forget how many houses are in that development, but the only way out, in and out, was onto Old Moxville Road, and they actually had to put in a turn lane there, but you need another egress in and out, so they put in, tied it in, opened it up to Country Club Hills, and it comes out now to close to where I used to live over there. So now you're impacting neighborhoods by flow-through traffic. I think you got something very similar close, I think, at Hawkinstown Road with a big project going on over there. So it's, again, economic development is a double-edged sword. It puts that strain on things. At the same time, you have these infrastructure needs. You're dealing with inflation on it too. And what I'm dealing with in Raleigh and my colleagues are dealing with is a Senate basically gets down to one guy who is holding up us having a budget which would, in the House budget, would actually put teachers to be the second or either the highest or second highest paid for beginning teachers in the Southeast with an 8.5% raise in pay. But we can't do any of these things if we continue to have a mentality that taxes have to be reduced at any rate, at any cost. I don't subscribe to that. Obviously, you've got to have, as you pointed out, Mayor, we've got to have revenue in order to meet the obligations as well as the needs and the wants of our constituents. So we're hoping that this Tuesday's results will loosen things up a little bit where we can address those needs. This current budget we're in is a continuation of the other budgets, continuing resolution. We had no money in there for member appropriations for things that would get us maybe the interchange at McCandless Road. We were told when this budget cycle started that we would not have money for member appropriations too. But we know, the House knows and is adamantly opposed to continuation of the triggers in the current budget that will automatically reduce our personal income tax rates. You don't want that. You're not going to notice another $50 that you saved on taxes or less that you had to pay in for your personal income tax. in exchange for the money you need to pave roads and meet your constituent needs. So we're holding out on that, and of course the Senate is holding out to continue those. So it's going to be, it's a loggerhead that's gone on for way too long now, and we're still going to address that.
So, one observation I think, as we talk about when it comes to property tax reduction that we look at is, the double-edged sword of growth, right? We see it, we understand it, and we are trying to promote growth, but we recognize it comes at a cost, and we have to prepare for that. All that to say, so much of the growth, as you mentioned, that we're seeing is because businesses are choosing North Carolina to set up shop, which is great, but with that comes new jobs, which is also great, and the need for additional housing, the need for additional schools. Mm-hmm. And so much of the business environment has been shaped by the state's policies on corporate taxes and things like that is encouraging those sorts of things that ultimately then fall to us as municipalities and counties to then put the infrastructure bill. And so I don't know if you have any comments on that, if that's being considered by the House Select Committee when we talk about this. I think our biggest concern is between the property tax reform, potential reform, as well as the conversations that have been happening from the development community, really driving the reduction in zoning, the zoning enforcement and ability of local municipalities. It feels as though much of our ability to think for ourselves and do for our citizens is trying to be taken away by the state. Any thoughts or comments on that?
Sure. Well, let's address the first one, the corporate income tax. I have argued against reducing corporate income tax any lower when it was at 3%. At 3%, we already had the lowest corporate income tax of any state in the union that had a corporate income tax. And to your point, people were coming here with their companies because they'd already, people just don't wander into North Carolina with a corporation and say, this looks like a nice place, let's go and investigate. They've investigated us long before they've contacted us, and they know what our tax structure is before they come here. I think counties and the state, the Commerce Department and your local county commissioners here and other states or other parts of the state get engaged in competition, even with another county or with another state, to get a thing in here like Jet Air or something. And that's when the negotiations start talking about tax breaks and stuff. My argument is, you take away the corporate income tax, you got nothing to negotiate with. All right? That puts you in parity with Texas and Tennessee. And if you're going to give anything away to try to induce them to come here for the jobs that we can't fill because we're already at 3% and got tons of jobs available, you're going to have to start digging into your pocket and giving away something you need or something you want. So I thought it was a bad idea. And that just goes back to my sales experience, 20 years in sales. You always keep something in the offer that you're willing to give up. And if you give up your corporate income tax to begin with, then you're down to the meat on the bone, but if you're going to be competitive. So I'm dead set against that. I'm sorry, what was the second part?
Well, the second just has to deal with, not only the House Select Committee and property tax reform, but also, with the development community really pushing for a reduction in our ability for zoning. It just feels like our power as local municipalities, our ability to govern our own people and communities is being taken away.
Jonathan, I've been pushing for local control. I've always been an advocate of local control.
I know you have.
And I fought for months to get, just as an example, the whole issue about the school board being a partisan race. Many members up there simply did it. You have this is a Dillon Rule state. Your legislature can actually take away your town charter. It's communities exist at the pleasure of your General Assembly. But it took me months to get that issue changed from, who was the county we started, the town we started with? It was the Board of Elections simply asked if I would introduce a bill to move the filing period for them from July to a later date, and I did, and I sent it over to the Senate. The Senate, in their wisdom, changed it to make the school board a partisan race. And it took me several months in order to get an agreement to let's just put it before the people, because I felt like if that's what the people of Rowan County wanted, they should control that, not a heavy hand from Raleigh. I've always believed in local control to the extent where it's absolutely possible, and only when it's critical should the state step in. House Bill 765, I believe it was, just stripped the counties in the towns from zoning and code and it was terrible, Bill. And I was one of a handful of guys that killed that in the House side. And so you do have a contingency of people in both the House and the Senate whose backgrounds, and most people who you elect to send to office gravitate towards legislation that they're familiar with. I can name names, but I know there's a group that does mortuaries and stuff and bail bonds and just what their forte is. And that's good because they know it. But what's bad is when it's out of control. And when they have stakeholders who back them up and help get lobbyists to push bills through. So that's something which, again, goes back to something I've said for years. I know you've heard me say it. Self-government requires self-involvement. You've got to be involved. You can't just elect somebody, send them there, and hope they'll keep you informed or they'll do everything in your best interest. Sometimes it's not intentional. Sometimes it just works out that way. But you've got to keep an eye on the bills that come before the House and the Senate and how they're moving, and communicate with your elected representatives. So, but no, local control is, I wouldn't say it's a target, Mr. Mayor. I would say that it's something you need to be aware of, just like the property tax thing. And only when something comes up like this does it seem to get the ire. I mean, you introduce a gun control bill, and you're going to hear from the gun lobbyist, okay? You're going to hear from the gun industry. It's what people hear. If I introduce a puppy mill bill, we're going to hear from everything from the Humane Society to individuals who are breeders. It's just, it's when people, I guess what I'm saying is when it affects people personally, that's when they get involved. What I'm telling you is you need to stay involved all the time. Not to where it's your second occupation, but to where you know what's going on and how it may affect you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all that you have done, I know, in recent years to really help us retain that local control. I mean, you really have done that, so thank you.
I appreciate
Other
it.
questions from the board?
I can't believe Pat hadn't got the question for me.
I know she does.
Well, you've covered some of the things that I had on my mind.
I say hello
you
to
know.
her at Harris Teeter. She's got a question. And I always
the
welcome
corporate
questions,
tax rate was one of the things
Yep.
that I had in mind. And again, you know, local.
Yeah, that
control.
should go away by 2030 if the plan stays in effect. I'm dead set against it. I believe corporations are corporate citizens. They put a strain on our roads with their big trucks. They in and out with the deliveries, and I just think they should have some skin in the game. And it should not make us uncompetitive with other states to get that business. But at 3%, it proved it
You're
didn't.
giving away the farm.
Right.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
it's I think we're fine where we're at, and I think it ought to stop. But legislation and that is for a part-time job. It takes a heck of a lot of work, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I interrupted your question.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to think of anything else that was just burning in my mind.
Okay.
I'll defer to someone else.
Yeah, and I think we all up here recognize, you know, as you know, you mentioned about how the House is closer to the community, right? You're closer to your constituents maybe than the Senate is. On the same token, we're closer to our constituents here in Spencer than even anyone at the state level is. And so we know what our community needs because we ask them and we listen to them. And we know they don't want their property taxes to increase.
Sure.
We don't want their property taxes to increase. But the reality is sometimes they have to. In recent years, they've had to keep up with that. And just, you know, our hope is that we're able to continue to have a say in that, to be able, you know, I understand talking about caps. I think that's a reasonable solution, right? That there needs to be a cap at some point. But any idea of coming in and telling the municipalities or counties what their tax rate needs to be, that would definitely concern us.
And I don't think that would fly, honestly, if that came up in a draft, that we would set a statewide, because you have such a difference. You know, say you take Mecklenburg County, it's a wealthier county, and if you had a unilateral tax rate, that's going to hurt places like Robeson County or Warren County, Vance County, the poorer counties. It's not going to be really conducive to the growth when you look at counties like Honslow and Rowan, which are growing. It's much more complicated. And believe me, I'm guilty of this. I went in there thinking, well, we got to do something for the veterans, you know. We got to do something for the elderly, which, you know, might seem self-serving at this point, but it's much more complicated, particularly when you say we're not dealing with our revenue stream. We're dealing with yours, and we all live in a county, and quite honestly, that does come back to elections. You look at someone that's been serving you and you voted for this thing, and then it runs for reelection. It's tough, but so that's a consideration. But do take this away with you from today. If I've left you with anything, we are cognizant of that fact and the impact it has on you. We are intending to hold you harmless, all counties harmless for that matter. We are looking for a reasonable relief for the constituent, because again, even things like the assessments and the caps, if you put a cap on a valuation and it doesn't take place until somebody sells a house, they're reluctant to sell. In which place that affects your inventory, real estate inventory, which affects your sale. And then you got people wanting to move into your town that don't have a house to buy or buy at a higher rate. But anyhow, got any ideas, send them to me. Harry.warren@ncleg.gov, and be glad to look at those. In the meantime, if you're not on my newsletter list, my update list, please just send me an email, and we capture everybody who writes me and complains. We get back at them by putting them on my update list. That's a joke too. But if you write me, we'll have your email address and we'll put you on the update, and I'll tell you every week what we did that week in Raleigh. It's objective. It's not partisan. I've got people who are Democrat, Republican, unaffiliated on there, and got some Green Party people on there too. But I'll keep you updated because I know you're busy. You don't have the time to follow what I'm doing, what Carl Ford's doing. Really should. But there's another joke.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I got it.
But if you will write to me, I'll get you on the update list, and we'll keep you apprised on everything that goes on. Okay.
I do appreciate those updates. They are, if you don't get them, they're very good and they're very extensive. So
There's a limited number, so
the time to put into that.
All right. Well,
Thanks
no
for
other
being with
questions.
us.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I appreciate the opportunity to hopefully set your minds at ease a little bit, knowing that we're not out to get you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Close to my people, I got to go Missions of Mercy. Are off
Okay.
with that.
Very good.
All right.
Thanks,
have a good
Gary.
day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. That was the most entertaining legislative update I've heard in a while as well. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Conversations beget understanding, correct? And understanding is where we meet and move forward. Moving forward with our retreat, we'll now welcome Patrick Buffin from the League to provide an update.
Good morning, Mayor and board members. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. And what an update you just got from Representative Harry Warren. And that was extraordinary. I'm gonna try to get you back on schedule a little bit, Mr. Manager. I know we're running behind, so I'll try to help out with that. But how fortunate you all have been to have Harry Warren working for you in the House of Representatives when he's done at the end of the year. We'll all miss him a lot. But let's so I'm gonna like I said, try to get you back on schedule a little bit. So I'm not going to talk about every slide, but if you all have questions or want to talk about something that you see up here, feel free to just let me know and I'll stop. I'm glad to have you all interrupt. I would welcome a conversation with you more than a speech, but I plan to give one. So here we are. I'm going to talk a little bit about the League. We want you all to know how important you are to us, how honored we are to represent you at the General Assembly, provide various services to you and your staff. Talk a little bit about politics and our League legislative goals, look back at the long session last year, and then a little bit of forecasting on what's going to happen this year, including the property tax issue that Representative Warren's already talked about. And we are following with great interest. So buckle up, hold on tight. I'm going to click through these rapidly so we can kind of get back on schedule. The League of Municipalities is a member-driven association. We're proud to represent about 550 cities and towns in this state. We think of ourselves as an extension of local government. These are the things that we do, the services we offer, and we like to think of ourselves as a go-to source in all lines of service, supporter for what you all do on the front lines every day with local government. Specifically, and what I do in our League Government Affairs team is represent the cities and towns at the state legislature and before regulatory boards and commissions of the state government. We have a incredible, I want to show the team, hold on. We got an incredible team of professionals, both in-house and outside the league. That's us, led by our Director of Government Affairs, Aaron Winia. Seth and I joined the league just over a year ago, and Seth Palmer works on our Urban Affairs Project, the Metro Mayors Coalition, and Whitney Murphy, Sophia Trentacosta, our support staff and lobbying staff. And then we have our outside firms that help us out. That's former Speaker of the House, Harold Brubaker, and his team, plus the Checkmate Government Relations team, which includes now Derek Applewhite, my former colleague. So we are there every day, following the General Assembly, the committee meetings, and the executive branch action in Raleigh on your behalf. And we do this through a process that guides our work where, and that will happen again later this year, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we develop our legislative goals based on input from cities and towns, and fashion an agenda that we update every 2 years to fit the times and the issues of the day. Every week during the General Assembly, we send out that legislative bulletin. I hope you all get those, and those are valuable to you to keep up to date with what's going on at the General Assembly and in state government. And then in the off season, we do it from time to time and about monthly. So there will be one coming out today. Now you all know a lot of this, but this is just kind of to set the table, so to speak, and acknowledge some of the dynamics that are relevant to North Carolina today and running governments in North Carolina today. So we're a big state, 9th largest state by population in the country, and we're a fast-growing state. So you all know that, and you experience it every day. A couple observations about that growth. One is it's not even across the state. There's counties that are losing populations. There's counties that are growing tremendously fast, like Brunswick, one of the fastest growing counties in the country. And again, you all are experiencing some of what we're calling halo effect, right? Like you're now experiencing growth out of Charlotte and out of the Triad, and kind of some spillover effect and all the challenges that brings and what you face daily. Now, here's a number of our cities that are growing very, very fast. Again, some of them the fastest growing towns in the country. This also has implications for our representation in D.C. We have added congressional seats. We now have a delegation made up of 14 House members and 2 U.S. senators. It looks like the demographers are prognosticating, and it looks like we may get another congressional seat after 2030. It's a little bit uncertain and complicated, but most people think that we're probably going to get another one. And of course, this year we have a important election for an open Senate seat that is currently occupied by Tom Tillis. We are also a really great state to do business. We've gotten lots of accolades and attention, and at the league, we believe that the work that cities and towns do is really critical to maintaining this important position we have as one of the best states in the nation to do business. And that, of course, feeds into the growth rate that we've been talking about. At our General Assembly, the Senate is 30 Republicans, 20 Democrats. The House is 71-49 with Republicans in majority. And why that's important is in the Senate, the Republicans can override a gubernatorial veto without any Democratic votes. But in the House, the Republicans need at least 1 or 2 Democrats to help them if they're going to override a gubernatorial veto. And they had some Democrats, that is, the Republicans had some Democrats who would vote with them, and most of them lost in their primary elections just this week. Our 2025-26 legislative leadership, you're familiar with these people. I won't call out all their names. We put this slide up to make the point that there are a lot of new faces in leadership roles, and there's one who's been around for a long time. And that has, been something of a theme throughout the entire session. As you heard, there's friction between the House and Senate, which is not unusual, but it has produced some unusual results this year. The General Assembly operates through committees, and this year has some new ones that reflect new priorities for the leadership of the General Assembly. Particularly the housing and land use issue was very important for us, but some of the government efficiency, regulatory reform type stuff, and then the Hurricane Helene recovery, of course, was really, really important to our neighbors out in the western part of the state. A couple long-term historical trends, and then I'll get focused on what's happened recently. Over the past 10, 20 years, maybe even longer, North Carolina's General Assembly, North Carolina's politics has become nationalized. Raleigh's looking more and more like D.C. every year. And what does that mean? Well, it's a less productive legislature. And by the way, I should say this is not a partisan statement. This is just an observation of the data. This graph goes way back to a time when it covers a time when Democrats were in control, when there was divided government, when there were Democrats in control, and Republicans in control. So this is just long-term trends. This is just the data. So the General Assembly is passing fewer bills in its regular sessions, and the bills it's passing are larger, the so-called omnibus bills. And that's been important for the work that we do representing you. It's made it harder to access the process. You get less points of input. You have to be more prepared for surprises, and we do get them. As hard as we work not to be surprised, but it's all driven by the fact that General Assembly is passing fewer bills, and the bills they pass are bigger. Another example of that is they passed 5 omnibus bills that were titled Local Government Provisions 1, and then the next bill was Local Government Provisions 2, 3, 4, 5. So they passed these omnibus bills with lots of unrelated things, and it's a challenge for us as advocates to access the process. So the long session was a very unproductive session, continuing in that long-term trend. And of course, best exemplified by the fact that the state has not adopted a budget this year, and the problems that caused. I think Representative Warren said it better than I could, so I'm not going to dwell on that any further. Let's turn, looking ahead to this short session, which will start in just about a month, the end of April. The General Assembly is set to come back, and our agenda is starting to take shape, and we're going to talk about a few of those. The most important one is the property tax, so I'm going to spend some time on that. But we are going to ask the House to finish the work the Senate started on revising the 2024 downzoning law. I don't know if this is affecting you all right now, but cities and towns that are doing comprehensive planning and revisions of their UDO are running into some pretty hard problems about how to get this done around this downzoning law. Another area that we're hearing increasingly is some economic development project concerns about this law, and so we're going to push the House to get this job done and get us some clarity on this issue. Property tax I'll touch on in a minute, and those are kind of emerging as the big ideas. But this was the schedule of meetings, and the dates really don't matter so much. But what we want you to see here is the General Assembly has been coming back just about every month. Most of the time they hadn't actually met, but they've reserved this time and to come back and to plan to come back. And around the building, we've called it check-in sessions, which sort of begs the question of who's they're checking in on. And well, we all know it's the governor. They're not going to leave the governor unsupervised for too long. And so they have been coming back, and sometimes they take a few votes, but mostly they don't. And so they'll actually convene next week, but we don't expect them to do anything. The real action will start on April, at the end of April when the short session begins. So as far as the state and the General Assembly, they need to get the budget done, and they're probably going to try to, deal with some issues related to elections. That it's a big election year for our cities and towns. We got to get that downzoning legislation across the finish line. We need to continue to educate and work with the members of the General Assembly on the property tax issue. And I'm going to show you parts of our presentation that we did to the committee in just a second. We're keeping an eye on the SBI background checks issue, and I don't know if the Parks Department has raised concerns here yet, but we think that's coming. This is a new law that requires a SBI fingerprint background check for any local government employee that works with children, and we think there's going to be a big backlog when cities and towns and counties start hiring camp counselors and lifeguards this summer. So we are talking with SBI about that, and keeping an eye on that should the legislature need to give us some relief from those deadlines, simply because the background checks aren't coming back fast enough. Also, looking out a little further on the horizon, not necessarily a legislative issue, but we are coming up on deadlines for a lot of the ARPA infrastructure COVID grants are now coming to those deadlines when the funds need to be committed or spent. So I don't know if that affects you, but those deadlines are going to be coming up, and we've been talking with the Office of State Budget and Management and pushing out the information that they've shared with us. So if you have those monies, make sure those get spent. We don't want to leave anything on the table. And then the kind of the perennial housing and land use issues that we dealt with last year in House Bill 765. Again, Representative Warren, I think, did a fine job of kind of summing that up, and we were grateful to have his help. So this is, I'm winding down here, and these are slides from we sent our Director of Technical Services, Chris Nida, to talk to this Property Tax Committee, and here's some of the slides that he showed the committee, and our single focus in this was to communicate really two things. One, property taxes, general fund money, is different than enterprise funds. And two, for most cities, somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 to 70% of your property tax revenue is going to go to police and fire. You put in roads, you're getting up to 90%. And so the difficult question for this committee, and I think you heard some of this reflected in Representative Warren's comments, is at some point they have to, if they're going to do anything significant on local government revenue, you have to deal with the problem of how do you pay for police, fire, and roads. Because there is no fluff in local government budgets, and if you cut revenue, you will impact those three key areas. And I think for most of us, regardless of politics and place, those are the really important things that cities and towns do, and that's where all the money is. So we've really pressed the committee to understand this, and I think we were heard. And then on kind of the targeted relief programs, I do think there could be some action there, whether it's the veterans or the homestead circuit breaker. We may see the committee move on that. And we saw some legislation last year on that. It was more of a inflationary update for the exclusion amount. Not a huge impact. But the really interesting thing about these is that there will be a handful of counties who are impacted much more than anyone else. Think Cumberland, Onslow, Oak, got a lot of veterans. And then some of these places, like Jacksonville, because of the presence of the military base, 48% of their land is non-taxable.
We
So
have a
there's-
similar situation
Yeah,
right across the street.
right? Yeah.
And a big VA medical center in Salisbury as well.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Morganton has the state hospital, and there are public universities and public hospitals in lots of communities, and they don't pay tax. And so you've got a wide spectrum of issues this committee's looking at, and they looked at the hospitals, the nonprofit hospitals, at their last meeting. I think that's going to be a really heavy lift. But the reality is there are parts of the town that we don't tax, and that's got real life impacts for revenue and how you run the town. Now, I don't think this impacts you all too much, but these are numbers that are coming out of the treasurer's office. This was more about the participants in the state health plan, which I don't think you all are you?
Not state health plan, but
Not
of course
state health
the
plan.
elders' discussion with the state treasurer is certainly relevant.
Yeah. So you all are more interested in the top half of this slide, and so we've been real pleased with the relationship we've started with the new treasurer, Brad Briner. Just a higher level of communication and involvement and partnership, and so what we really need from them is projections about costs, so we can pass them to the managers, and you all can start working on your budget when you need to start working on that. So those are your benefit costs, and those numbers. I hope you already have them in hand, but if you don't, we'll get them to you. Just heading into the short session, we've got deadlines to get bills requested. I don't know if you all are needing charter revisions, local bills, or something like that, but those deadlines are coming up, and these deadlines, by the way, are the deadlines on the legislators to make the request. So you would want to plan to have your request in before that, so they could then pass it to the folks in Raleigh who would write up the bills. So those deadlines are coming up, just something to be aware of. And then I'm going to close with our legislative goals process, which we did this 2 years ago. This is how we develop our agenda, and we're going to do it again later this year. We're going to gather ideas and ask you all to help us fashion our agenda. It will be led by two of our league elected officials. This is Mayor Jessica Day from Knightdale and Mayor Bill Dush from Concord, who were our chairs in 2024. Here's some of the output of that process. Of course, we would expect similar process this year, and know that this is really critical to the work the government affairs team does representing cities and towns. This is how we know what you're thinking and what you need. And so these are the goals that reflect those needs, and it's where we spend our time, and this is how we focus our attention. Then we have our guiding principles for, when we haven't talked about a specific issue, these are the broad, long-term guiding principles that we use. And it is, again, as Representative Warren said, this is a lot about pushing decision-making and authority and control down to the lowest level, because that's the place where the decisions are going to be best made. Lastly, I would ask you to keep doing what you're doing. And if you need help doing it, know we're here to help. You guys are, you're ahead of the curve. The ROAM Municipal Association is a great way to lobby. You've got, a situation that's not too unusual, where your legislators have lots of cities and towns to take care of. And you're all gonna be more successful if you're speaking with one voice rather than competing against each other. Just like you all don't want to have to pick between one neighborhood or another, or one park or another, your legislators don't want to have to choose between their cities and towns. They want to help everybody. So, but you all are doing a great job. Talking with your legislators is so important, just keeping that conversation going. And again, if you need our help doing that, feel free to call anytime. We've got some events coming up. We're midway through our 2026 Town and State Dinner Series. We had a great time down in Concord on Wednesday evening. We had a great time in Wilmington last week. It was a cold and windy, and it's kind of amazing how fast the weather's changed. But that we will continue doing this, and then we will have our City Vision Conference in Raleigh in May. The General Assembly will be in session, and that'll be a great time to come visit and see legislators and connect with other city officials from across the state. And here's my contact information if you need me. And I'm glad to take any questions you all have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Buffkin?
Excuse me. One thing that was mentioned last night was possibly need for lobbyists.
Yes.
How does that work with you all?
Yeah, so thank you for that. We have seen cities and towns hire their own lobbyists. That's been going on a long time. It started with the bigger cities and towns. who felt like they just had some specialized needs and needed special attention on those issues. Then it really cranked up about 5 or 6 years ago or so, but it was all centered around getting money for projects, which is something the league really doesn't have the capacity to devote to each individual town and project. There would just be no way we could manage it, and in a sense, everybody's kind of competing for a limited pot of money, even though back then it was a big pot, and there was plenty to go around. That's what really drove a lot of the cities, towns hiring lobbyists. And what I would say today is, if you have some special issue or some unique project that you need money for, that's a good reason to hire a lobbyist. If you're hiring a lobbyist to work on the things that generally affect cities and towns all over, you're probably duplicating what we at the league are already doing for you. And I don't know that you'll make a whole lot of difference. But if you were in the other category, that would be the time to look at it.
Can I ask a question about
Yeah.
that? So our issue is a lot of our needs are accommodated perhaps by grants from the state and federal. And we have pretty good success on the state level. And where we're not really getting our potential to federal funding. And so do you have any suggestions or observations about how we might break through into that arena?
Yeah, as you can tell, I am a state government guy. I used to tell people I've spent my whole career in a 2-block area of downtown Raleigh, which would have been the legislative building and the legislative office building. Now joining the league, I'm in the 400 block of the Fayetteville Street, so that's now another 6 blocks I have added to my my geography of experience. So I tend to focus only on state, and I was, in answering your question, I was thinking about the General Assembly. But of course, you got the opportunities to hire folks at the federal level, and the money up there is a lot bigger. The lobbying services cost a lot more. But there's lots of good people out there. So
I guess I'm asking about the effectiveness of lot. You mentioned you can probably use your services for state things.
Yeah, well, and I guess what I would say is a lot depends on the time and the season. So the feds have passed more appropriations bills in the last year or two than they have in the several years before that. So, I mean, I think we're all hoping they kind of get back to regular order of budgeting, but we do have this unusual shutdown situation that's only affecting one department. So, I guess the point I'm getting to is like with the state budget. If the General Assembly doesn't pass a budget, nobody's projects get funded, and it doesn't matter how good a lobbyist you are. So we need the state to come back and pass a budget. And likewise on the federal level, it'd be nice if they would get back to kind of a regular order of handling things. But what they have been doing in recent years is nothing until the election happens, and then you get these massive, everything moves in the lame duck session. And that's when the lobbyists go to work. But I think that, if y'all are interested in that and you're going after federal money, I think that's probably a conversation we could help you with, and maybe get you some folks to talk with, and you can explore it further.
I have one more question that is maybe impossible to answer, but the current federal government seems to have a focus on dismantling existing federal departments. And do you see any glimmer that there might be some sort of a block grant program for FEMA type public safety grant where funds will be disseminated to states, and that might be the ability to defend them? Do you have any feelings about that?
I kind of think, what I would base my experience off of of is the experience with Helene recovery, and I'm not very optimistic. Frankly, and the reason I say that, and I'm trying to be objective, if you look at the funding that other communities impacted by similar disasters have gotten, Western North Carolina is about 2/3 short. They have just shortchanged Western North Carolina. And does that forecast how FEMA and DHS is going to operate going forward? Maybe. They've just had a leadership change. I don't know. I think that most of the kind of the traditional grant programs that we think of, like CDBG programs, they kind of, these are programs that have a life of their own. And on the Hill, they call them 435 programs. That is, these are programs that affect 435 congressional districts. Don't touch it. It's very complicated. There was some look at reforming CDBG last year, and they kind of abandoned it because those are just really popular programs. We all understand how they work. They're bureaucratic, full of lots of red tape, but there's just a whole group of folks that are in that system that understand how to make the money move and process the applications. So I don't see moves to cut those programs back. We would all love to see them put more into it because infrastructure is what we do, and that's how cities and towns build communities, promote economic development, grow the tax base, and build stronger communities. And so, we'll keep working on them. And kind of the good news is for us, we've got a delegation that punches above its weight. We've got some good leadership folks, and we're in a position to make a difference. But we need to, we kind of need to get through Helene and then get back to regular order is kind of what I would suggest. It's just my personal opinion.
Patrick, thank you so much. We appreciate
Thank you.
your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks. Pleasure to be with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You gave me the wrong one. It's okay. I can project until I get to the other microphone to be on record. Okay, there we go. Just a little reminder that Centralina works in coordination with the league. So our state agenda aligns with what they're trying to accomplish, as long as it's something both cities and counties in our region align with. So very good to hear that update and support what he had to say. And we're here for your federal needs as well. Before we head on to the financial update, I wanted Peter to center us a little bit and reflect very quickly on what happened last night. I think it's very important you carry over both the public interests that were mentioned and also the internal processes that were accomplished. So Peter, if you could give a brief overview of that, and then we'll turn to Heather for the financial update.
Sure. Thank you, Kasha. So, of course, yesterday we were able to kick off with a little bit of taking stock on our current year priorities and goals and the progress to date and the opportunities out there. And then we went through our exercise where we explored kind of the same questions, the challenges, the opportunities, the priorities. We saw some themes that emerged around economic development, around infrastructure, around parks and recreation, and of course around our staff and the need to be competitive in our recruitment and retention. And we also explored and had some really good discussion about our revenue models and opportunities to look into things we haven't looked into before. And I think we identified the need to do some education on additional types of debt products that are out there that folks are need to learn more about to I guess establish the comfort level with them. And we heard some good feedback about the effectiveness from the community perspective, or the tolerability of things like a sales tax change or a stormwater fee, and so that was all helpful. I wrote down a quote. Mr. Miller talked about the need to sell our town, and we had a lot of discussion around that, what it means externally to bring in business, but what it means internally as well with our community and to keep them up to date. So I think that's a kind of the highlights of last night, and appreciate the chance to start off with that and carry it into today.
Heather.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In the packet, you have the estimated property tax revenue. I have put together a high overview of our revenues. I'm gonna ask you to take one and pass it down just because I didn't have it in your packet. And that includes basically all of our revenues that we would have within our budget. But, so I wanted to explain, kind of where I started off with, wanted to present revenues to you. And I want to go back to last year about this time whenever we were sitting here going through the same process. So last year I had met with our department heads, and I asked them to, whenever we started our budget process, I asked them to not to cut anything out of their budget, just to basically give me everything in your budget that will help you to help our departments run as efficiently as possible. Let's not say, well, I'm just going to run lean on this. Don't do that yet. Well, I wanted to know and to have a full number of what it would take for our town to run smoothly, right? And that's where we started last year with our initial budget request, right? And then we said, okay, we got to cut some of this because there's no way we can fund all that. And that's where we cut about $750,000 off of our budget, if you'll remember that. So, our meeting last night just basically changed my perspective on things, and that sometimes in my eyes, I just look financial. That's I have my blinders on that. We can't afford it, right? But there's obstacles in the way. We have to find a way to work through it to, get to our goals and stuff like that. So, opening up and, tell them what our departments need to you guys and how we can fund those. And I think, Peter and I had talked to some people about bonds, in the past year, and I think we're going to revisit that, just because of the needs of the town. So I just wanted to give you a perspective of where I was at last year with budgeting, and to know that this year we ran lean. We are running lean, and we're watching our pennies really closely, right? So, and I think that we have had a little bit of growth between last year and this year, and that's where I brought in the number. If you look at in FY26, our estimated valuations were there, and then that's what we get those numbers from the county. And then our TR2 report is what our their 2025 valuations as of January 1 of 25. So there's just a little bit of a difference there, because your TR2 report is legitimate numbers, whereas your estimated valuations are just estimates. So I wanted you to see that there was a little bit of growth there for those two. Now our FY27 estimated valuations from the county are a little bit higher. So on the line where it says projected revenue estimate at 98% collection rate for FY27 for property taxes is $2,505,000. So that's good. We were seeing a little bit of growth there. And then at the bottom, you'll see sales and use tax. So we've kind of ran about 3.4% this year. With every 1%, it's about $12,000. So I still like to run lean with that one, just because if we overestimate, it's I think it's a chunk. So in the handout that I passed out, I just did the 1% increase on that line. So our revenue estimates for FY27 would be about $4,977,000. Okay. I do want to bring a couple things to your attention as well. So in FY26, we implemented the salary study, right? We did that each quarter. We did a portion each quarter. So for the full salary study implementation, on the second page, I basically took what we were paying the employees that we have right now. I took their wage there as of March with the final implementation. I estimated their annual salary, and I put in what our benefits package was with, your 5% match, FICA, the retirement for police and retirement for us, and that total was $2.9 million. With a 3% DI, which is about the percentage of our DIs with the salary implementation, all that, $3,089,000. So that would be just for salaries, just for benefits, not including health and insurance. Because we know that our plan will be, we won't have our plan in December. And Anna and I have talked to Snow Benefits, and we keep up with them to see the trends and that kind of stuff that's going on. The numbers that they gave us in December, we're looking like a 19% increase. So there's that. So on the second page of that, almost at the bottom, you'll see average per month. I'm sorry, year-to-date health insurance that we paid for FY26 year-to-date was $263,000. I averaged that out from July to March for $32,000. That's about what we pay every month for health, dental, vision, and life insurance for those 4 items. And then I did the average per month times 12, which equals $394,000, and then gave it that 19% increase. So the estimate for FY27 would be $469,000. It could come in less, could come in more, but Snow Benefits gave me the number of 19% to estimate. Those are my projections.
They just threw the boulder out there.
I've told everybody that I'm not a dreamer. I have a problem with, realizing there's stuff that we want. There's stuff that we definitely need, but there are things that we want, and sometimes we do have to step back and say, wait. We're talking about keeping our staff, and making sure that they stay here and in retention and stuff. And I mean, this is basic. This is not over and beyond anything that's basic in my eyes. So I just wanted to give you that ground level, I guess, is desire.
So, and I mean, like the insurance, we know. I mean, we've all seen it. Insurance is
Right.
going up across the board. But it begs the question, are there other representatives, other providers out there that could potentially reduce that cost for us? Or do we need to look at different plan options? And we offer a really good plan right now, which is a benefit. It's a selling point for staff. But at the same token, those type of increases on an annual basis, if that continues to happen, that's not sustainable for us.
Right. And when we met with Snow, they gave, at open enrollment last year, they gave us the bad news, and they also gave us some plans to look at, and they looked at Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and United Healthcare. And across the board, that's where they were looking. So
We've been grandfathered in with that plan for a long time. And,
Which I think
and
that's
he
part of the
said-
issue. We're
yeah, I
taking
think
the
he said
hit.
last year
that's
Taking the
that
coming
hit
that
in.
probably
hard.
could last forever. Yeah. It's a big shock to see these numbers change that much.
well, and I'm honestly hoping that this 19% is really a rough estimate, and it's higher than what it's going to come in. I'm hoping that it's going to definitely come in lower.
But regardless,
But
we know there's
regardless,
going to be a significant
There's going to be
increase.
an increase.
It's likely to be a double-digit increase.
Yeah,
Regardless.
and we as a town, we pay for, the town covers the premiums for employees, for health and dental, and then for the dependents, we cover half of their premiums. So, for example, if my husband were on my policy, the town would pay for my premiums and half of his. as a family, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say that the new monthly premium for a family coverage is $1,400. The town pays $800 of that, so that's a benefit to our employees, you know, and that's a big chunk that we pay. So, you know, I'm grateful I don't have family coverage, but I'm grateful for that for those, you know, families that need it, you know. So
And that's certainly been a piece
a
where
selling
if
point.
we aren't necessarily paying the rates of our larger organizations, which naturally it's difficult for us to do that. This is an area where has helped us remain in the neighborhood of competitiveness. One number I want to toss out when you're looking at this factor that you see on the cost of, you know, the estimated cost of personnel next year, you know, being in that range of you know, roughly $3.5 million essentially. I'd want to give a little context that in our current year budget, when you roll everything together in the general fund and total it up, our personnel is about 3.5 million. Operations is 1.175 million. Debt service is about 223,000, and then there were some transfers and other things in there that are a smaller amount. But just to give you that kind of context of currently how our budget is split up into those pieces.
And just a little food for thought, I guess, as HR and seeing, you know, people coming and going right now. It is a lot of the younger people with families who are, you know, trying to afford to, with the children and everything. So just to think about with the insurance as well.
So,
Let me say something, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You know, I think the plan is excellent for the employees, and I'm trying to express this to the older people that are employees, but it seems to be that that's not a real incentive anymore. I think it's the bottom line, how much we're actually paying these people. I think we need to think about that as well. I mean, it's nice to have this policy. The older you get, the insurance and the life insurance is important, but as you can see, we've lost a lot of police officers because we're not paying them. So I don't know whether this plan is really what we need to do.
yeah, I mean, as we've heard this and we talked last night, I think, you know, we've got to kind of look at what is the full package of what we have to offer, but we've also got to look at what is it that the employees truly want. And I think that's what we've got to, you know, I don't know that, I know our board doesn't have a real good feel or pulse on that. But I think we need to kind of really figure that out. What are the driving points for our staff? Is it base salary? Is it the ability to work overtime? Is it insurance? You know, are there other things? And one of the things, you know, just last night as we were talking, you know, it seems like one of the big issues that our folks face is, you know, a housing issue as housing's increasing and things like that. So are there other incentives out there that could benefit our community as well as help recruit staff that live here in town? I don't know. I mean, one of the things that ran across my mind, and it's pretty out there, but it's pretty novel and unique, is there some type of program that the town could undertake that ultimately we rehabilitate a certain number of homes that we offer for town staff at a reduced rate as a benefit to encourage town staff that live in town to, you know, to work for us. I think we're going to have to be creative in some of the things we do, because yes, a lot of people are interested in the bottom line, but the reality is what we want are people that aren't just interested in the bottom line. We want people that are interested in making a career here, right? That it's not just a stepping stone to some larger organization. And so if we're able to offer them things that ground them here in Spencer, I think that's something worth considering. I mean, I'm sure that programs like that have been done elsewhere. I don't know. It'd be interesting to look at some creative solutions to how we get through that issue. But I would say that by and large, there are a lot of people that are interested in insurance, right? I think it's probably a half and half. You got half of them that are interested in benefits and half that aren't. But I think that's what we need to do. We need to figure out what our staff really want. Like, what are their driving points when it comes to working here?
I think it's something we need to talk to the department heads. What are your employees really looking at? Or what do they really want to stay in Spencer? Is it the bottom line figure, or is it the benefits that we actually offer?
Or organizational culture. Right.
I mean, I think that's where we need your help.
I think, if I may, I think it's a little bit of a combination of both. But unfortunately, I will tell you specifically for the police department. I'm used to being at that one. I stole my seat today.
It's because you brought your own table.
That's right. That's right. I will say, for the PD specifically, because we have lost, I think, probably the most of anybody in.
Never sneak up on a police officer.
Not working?
I don't know what I was.
Check it.
I know better than that.
But yeah, I will say for the PD, I think we've lost the most of anybody, and I will call it the revolving door issue. Quite often it is financially based. I mean, it's unfortunate because we've made leaps and bounds of where we are. Other organizations have done the same thing. I think it's that leapfrog mentality that seems to continue happening. I certainly think, and I'm going to talk about this afternoon, that a career advancement program where it offers basically offers the employee the ability to seek certifications and be compensated for such. I think if you give them the career step and the career ladder to make it more than just a job, I think that would be a benefit. I kind of walked in on the tail end of what you were speaking about. I have heard it mentioned, and I don't know what the financial implications of this would be, but providing the ability for the employee to retain health care after retirement if they provided X number of years to the town. I don't know what that number would look like, if it would be 10 years or 15 years of service to the town or how that would look, but I know that's a benefit that other organizations have done in the past that has helped with retention. Because quite frankly, if you've got a guy that's got 5 years left to go and they know that they're going to another organization to make $5 grand more per year, but they don't have the ability to retain health care, it would be something that would weigh. So I don't know. That's a hard one probably to put a number on. I'm looking at Peter because I have absolutely no idea how you would ever calculate that. But definitely benefits like that, I think, may help on the retention part. But unfortunately, a lot of it does come back to the bottom line. It's just how do we let them make their own path. And if they're interested in making more, and if they're interested in obtaining these certifications, and if that provides a higher level of service to the town, then certainly if we can make that happen, I think that would kind of alleviate what we're going through right now, which is losing a ton of money preparing people to work here, and then they leave. This afternoon, I believe, off my slides, I think our average is 2 years and 1 month is what we're spending this money putting them through, and then we're losing them that quick. So the cost to the citizen is severely elevated at that point.
I put employee benefits, what matters to them, and creative solutions on the sheet there. So I think that's something Peter and his team can think of some solutions, ways to get feedback, develop feedback loops around that, and present you some options. As you look at the financial report and in consideration of the goals that you all workshopped yesterday, are there any correlations or red flags between what you saw in the financial report and what you're aiming to do as a board?
I don't know if I'm on par with what you just asked, but Heather, I really appreciate this thorough but digestible bottom line. And even though I'm familiar with our numbers and our percentages of how much it costs just to provide police, fire, roads, I often wonder if we shouldn't publish this in a very public format, because we are trying to be creative with low cost or no cost. Like, you know, I don't see this as being a year where we're not lean going in. I just wonder if I know we've got amazing citizens, and prior to getting involved with the town, I had no idea how much it cost. And so I just think, to a certain extent, maybe we should let our community know this is what we have, this is what it costs. Does anyone have any great ideas? Because while we work super hard, someone could have the solution that we haven't thought of. So that's not exactly what you asked, but it's something that I think we could do to be more transparent, and also to maybe lower some of the tensions when we have rising costs and we're just trying to maintain any semblance of staffing.
I don't know. I don't know whether there's something we should look into, but I do know that the Chamber of Commerce is now offering some sort of an insurance packages for businesses. That's new. It's
Snow Benefits has looked at it. It's pretty much only helpful for companies, they said, with 10 or less employees.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be a lot more for us than not using,
I
unfortunately.
think, I mean, at first we heard the number 50 and less, which would be us, but it sounds like the quotes that they have pursued for anyone above that, it just wasn't, they weren't what they thought it was going to be in terms of the potential savings.
Any other correlations between the financial report and where you aim to go as a board?
Well, I mean, I think it's very clear as we talk about in comparison what we're forecasting for costs for staffing relative to this past year, knowing it was a lean year. We're just going to have to be very, very thoughtful in the extra projects above and beyond. I think we're going to have to ask ourselves as a board, what is it that we're going to prioritize? Is it that we're going to prioritize staff, or is it that we're going to prioritize other projects? And I think there's a balancing act, but the majority of our costs are tied up in staffing. And so what is our most important resource? We've said it time and time again, is our staff. And so I think we need to prioritize that. But then what we've got to do is take a step back and ask ourselves, all right, what is it? What equipment can we get by with not doing maybe this year? What is it project-wise that we can get by with not advancing or looking for other alternative funding sources? And maybe it's not doing. It's like, how are we creative in finding funding sources outside of our tax projections to be able to do that? I've said it time and time again, we're on the cusp of that economic development, right? It's just we've got to get through these couple of tough years to be able, and the reality is, right, these years have been tough for longer than we probably want to admit, but we've had the benefit of the ARPA funding that has really helped us out. And now we're on our own. We're having to figure out a way to do it. And I think our staff's doing a great job of figuring it out, but it's not easy. But I do have optimism and hope that with some of these big projects we've been talking about, that they are on the horizon and they're just a few years away from happening. We just got to hang in there and make it happen.
Can I throw one more number at you, though?
Yeah.
One more number is the difference between the full salary study implementation and the 3% DI across the board. The difference between those numbers is $90,000.
Yeah.
And I just want to bring that to your attention, because when we were last year, when we were talking about implementing the salary study, it was $260,000, right?
Yeah.
Whenever to do that. So the reason why I want to bring that up is if we can budget that $90,000, to bring that DI or that straight 3% across the board, because in years past, we've had issues. I've heard it from everybody here that we're not keeping up. Well, when our other neighbors are going up, or they're given a 3% across the board, and our DIs are not necessarily 3%, we're backing up every year.
Yeah.
And just a plug for myself, because I'm not a fan of the DIs. I'm a fan of the 3% across the board. I want that number. I want that I want a percentage. It's just easier for me to see it. It's easier for us, in my eyes, to see how everybody's the same. But $90,000 in 1 year with 3% versus a buildup of losing momentum, and bam, we had $260,000 we had to do. That's just my plug for that.
Well,
So-
and I mean, my personal opinion is $90,000 to be able to do that. That's a drop in the bucket compared to $75,000 for a 19% increase in insurance.
Insurance.
That's the reality. Some of it will benefit our employees, but the other reality is a lot of it's going to just go to the insurance companies.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank
I
you.
would
Yeah.
rather it go to our
There you go.
employees.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
All right, to wrap up this financial discussion, I'd love for each of you or any of you that are so willing to kind of give the manager some direction as you've seen the financial picture. Just what's your general direction for what staff should do as they prepare the budget? Is there one word that stands out to you in giving them some direction? So you don't have to, but if you feel a particular way and would like to share that now, go ahead, and we'll of course inform it with more discussions later today, but just as a starting point, where are you starting from right now? Where's your head right?
Steve?
I don't really have an answer except I want to do, I think everybody here knows the biggest asset is with our staff. I really want to make sure they're compensated. So I'm really stressing that we need some ideas from the staff. That's exactly what, if this 3% is what we're talking about, then I'm all for it. But I really pointing to you people is saying, what do you really want?
Thank you. I don't think anyone will be surprised that I'm very pro staff retention and more powerful recruitment for our most important resource. So I think growth is wonderful, but we have to maintain our foundation before we can do that successfully. So that's where I'd like to see our financial focus this coming year.
I have to piggyback on what Steve is saying. I think the most important is to know what people want, what their needs are before we move on. But again, whatever that is, that's probably make sure they're taken care of. They're vitally important to the community.
Pat?
I don't have a magic ball.
Patty?
Well, as a former public retired employee on a step my whole career, I definitely know the impact of what happens when it freezes or it doesn't go anywhere or it gets taken back, and it's terrible. So I'm going to be 150% in support of our staff. Trying to maintain and improve. Not trying to definitely maintain and even improve, and we'll find the other. I think the staff is the foundation of what we're doing. And we've got a darn good one, so I want to keep every one of them.
Well, to piggyback off of what the rest of my constituents up here stated, as far as the most important would be staff, and of course projects are important, but the only way that we can implement these projects that we are trying to get funding for, we have to make sure that we have the staff that's in place to assist with these projects as well.
Well, thank you all for that. I'll just kind of wrap up with a couple thoughts and kind of direction for Peter. I too, think of all things we talk about with expenses, we need to prioritize staff this coming year. But I would also encourage you to be creative in the solutions we come up with and how to prioritize staff. We talked about some potential options to explore. I think we need to think outside the box for how we reward our staff and how we compensate our staff and provide benefits to them. The other thing, though, I think that we're going to need to make sure we do is I don't really feel like our community recognizes our staff as being our number one resource, right? They see the things that bother them on a day-to-day basis, like potholes and things like that. The reality is they need to know who our staff are. They need to see them in action. They need to see what great benefit they provide to our town. And that goes back to Steve's comment about selling ourselves. We've got to do a better job of telling the story of what you all do on a daily basis. And so I don't know if that's, I know y'all do a great job with social media, right? But I think we don't maybe toot our horn enough and our staff and spotlight you enough so that our community knows who you are and what you do. So I'd love to see us do more of that so that our citizens can see the return on their investment and really understand what all goes into running a town successfully like each of you do.
All right, thank you. Again, this was just the starting point. This is just, after hearing the financial picture, where are you? And that'll help us inform our discussions later today. So thank you for that. We'll go ahead and take a break. If we can be, it's a very short break. So if we could be ready to go 11 o'clock, 5-minute break, just to stretch and get going again. We'll first have Kyle speaking on affordable housing, and then we'll move to Steve, who will talk about the next step of growth and development. And then, no pressure, Steve, but you're between them and lunch, so it's always a fun place to be. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, while my PowerPoint gets pulled up, yes, thank you. I want to just say that I think it's perfect that my presentation is coming right after our very serious conversation about the financial reality of the town. As I mentioned to y'all last night, the housing strategy that I'm going to be proposing to y'all for the next year is a low to no cost strategy where the town can explore strategies that make sense for our reality without requiring any new town spending. Of course, that's not going to preclude us from maintaining a posture of grant readiness for future opportunities, but I'm certainly not going to be up here competing with Chief File or Chief Lanning with hiring new police officers or getting the fire apparatus that they need. So keeping in mind, I know my place here when it comes to the housing strategy. Again, before I launch into the presentation, I do just want to note, as I mentioned to y'all last night, Peter and I were just coming back from a conference in Chapel Hill as part of our State, Our Homes program. And I have a couple of additional team members here who are here to support me. Of course, my boss, Shanti Adewara, who's the Executive Director of the Salisbury Community Development Corporation, and Hannah Jacobson, who's the Planning Director of the City of Salisbury. They're here not only to support me, but also to kind of be a face for our team. I'll mention to you later on in my presentation that we're looking at sort of creative regional partnerships to further a housing strategy that kind of includes Spencer and also looks, regionally about what we can do, how we can partner with our experts in the local area to try to promote affordable housing. So let's see here. So I want to be clear with y'all what my presentation is and what it's not. So I'm not here to solve the affordable housing crisis, and I'm not here to give you a bunch of data that y'all are not going to be able to meaningfully address. What I am going to provide you is an overview of where housing instability is emerging in Spencer, where I've seen it firsthand. I'm going to try to clarify where the town has leverage and where the town does not have leverage. Of course, we just talked about our financial reality, so we have to find those leverage points where we can actually do something meaningful without committing to any new major spending. And then I'm going to provide you all a realistic framework for responding within our current capacity. So again, this presentation is not a proposal for new spending. It is not a comprehensive housing plan. If that's something that the town wants to do in the future, we could explore that, but that's not what I'm going to be talking about today. And I'm not proposing any specific policy measures at this point, but we could explore those moving forward. You could go to the next slide. The 17 to be working. We may be frozen.
I was
there.
advised turning it on helps, so I don't know if you are at the same deficit I am in understanding of the
Where do
world.
I point it? It's not.
Yeah, point it back there.
Okay.
Oh, no, it froze.
Well, I do have my slides in front of me, so while that gets going, so I'm going to talk a little bit about how housing instability is manifesting in Spencer. So we know that a significant share of Spencer's households are considered cost burdened. This basically means that they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And this is something that we see not only here in Spencer, but regionally. Housing instability is a major problem. People are spending more on transportation, on groceries, on other bills. So their ability to experience security in their housing is certainly being reduced. Now, as we know with our administration of the CDBG grant, we've known for years that Spencer's housing stock is aging and it requires maintenance. I've said this to y'all repeatedly during my check-ins with y'all at the board meetings. The cost for our residents to repair their homes is increasing because we have an old housing stock and our population simply does not have the means to make those repairs. So we've used the term deferred maintenance as something that a lot of our homeowners experience. And a lot of Spencer's homeowners are elderly. I know in my experience administering the CDBG program, many of the households we assisted were either elderly or disabled. And so those types of populations they have a difficulty maintaining their homes. We've also seen that rising construction and material costs makes it more expensive for our existing homeowners to repair their homes, as well as to build new homes. And Spencer is certainly not insulated from regional housing pressures. As we've talked about before with Representative Warren and the representatives from the league, that we exist in an ecosystem across the state, and yeah, I think it's working now. Yeah, it's working. Thank you. All right. So looking regionally and nationally, this is not new to you, but construction and material costs have increased significantly over past years. There are higher interest rates that are have reduced affordability for buyers. We know that the regional housing supply remains tight across the entire county, and our aging housing stock requires ongoing maintenance. So this is sort of the context that we're in. We see increasing pressures in housing at the same time that we seem to have more limited capacity to respond. So over the past couple of years, our housing strategy has been pretty narrowly focused on administering our $750,000 CDBG grant, which, as you know, we've used for substantial owner-occupied rehab projects. That program is now closed, and I believe Mr. Buffkin earlier mentioned that grant deadlines are coming up this year, and he was talking about us. We are one of those communities that are coming up against our spending deadlines, and so when that project goes away, we will not have anything to replace it. So we did apply for fiscal year 2026 funding. Unfortunately, that application was not successful, as I told y'all. Most of that money went for Hurricane Helene recovery assistance. We're hopeful that we could see that funding come back in future years, but at least for the near term, we're going to have to right-size our housing strategy to fit the funding reality, that in the next year, there's simply not going to be any dedicated town funds for large-scale housing repairs or development. And of course, as I mentioned, I'm not trying to fight for money here from my colleagues. I do recognize that core municipal services are going to have to remain the town's primary fiscal responsibility, and anything with regard to housing is going to have to be a little bit more creative. I mentioned here, Spencer certainly can't solve the affordable housing crisis, but we can stabilize key pressure points in our local housing ecosystem, and that's what I'm going to talk about with you right now. So despite our small town capacity, we do still have leverage, and I think Spencer, as a community, knows how to do a lot with a little, and I think that's one of our key strengths as a community. A lot of us on staff here wear many hats. I'm not even on your staff, but I'm up here participating in your annual planning exercise. So, as I mentioned to y'all last night, our current annual housing strategy is very focused on CDBG. The fact that that's going away means we do need to update and replace our current language in the plan on our housing priority. So I am proposing this updated policy statement on how the town is going to address housing. So we want to strengthen Spencer's aging housing stock through low-cost reinvestment initiatives, connecting residents to regional resources, enhancing strategic partnerships, and maintaining grant readiness to leverage future funding opportunities. And I think this statement is great because it captures all the different points that we're trying to do. And in fact, on the next few slides, I'm going to break down that statement so that you all know exactly what is contained in that language. So the first part, we're going to focus on low-cost reinvestment initiatives. When I wrote this, I almost wrote no cost, but I think we do want to look at no-cost solutions, but writing low cost gives us a little bit of leverage to maybe apply a couple dollars towards something. This respects our fiscal reality. It basically shifts our mindset from direct funding to kind of sustainable everyday capacity building that we can do at no cost. Last night I mentioned that our Unified Development Ordinance is already it supports our developers who want to build new housing. I mentioned that Ben Fisher with Carroll Fisher Construction Company said that if he has the same size lot in Salisbury as he has in Spencer, he can do a lot more with that property in Spencer because our development ordinance is more flexible and it's more accommodating to creative infill development, which is going to be an important solution, part of the solution to our housing challenges. And then, of course, just talking about regular code enforcement. Code enforcement is something that the town already has on staff, and I think we can explore ways to ensure that code enforcement is aware of our general housing priorities so that things like minimum housing or even basic education to like rental properties is something that we can kind of streamline and incorporate in our process moving forward. So all of these are low to no cost strategies that we can do without asking for any money. Then the next part of the statement focuses on connecting to regional resources. I think we all recognize that the town of Spencer is not a silo unto itself. We are part of an ecosystem of communities. I think it's important for us, and something that maybe we haven't been doing as much as we should have because we've been so focused on CDBG, that we need to bring the town of Spencer into the ecosystem of service providers across the region so that when someone calls town hall looking for help for their home, we don't just tell them we don't have any money. We instead connect them to the constellation of partners across the region who may be able to provide some support. And of course, Salisbury Community Development Corporation runs a countywide urgent repair program, and I think that's something that we could do is train our front desk staff to connect people to service providers like CDC to sort of get the ball rolling on that.
Kyle, I've got one question for you. Sorry to interrupt. And the only reason I bring this up now is because I flagged it last night as we were going through it. There's something about low-cost reinvestment initiatives that, I don't know, it strikes me the wrong way. Mm-hmm. And I know it's probably semantics. Right. But, you know, yeah, we don't have money necessarily to pour into these programs. But also what we don't want to encourage is, to me, low-cost makes it sound like low quality. Mm. Right? Is there a way for us to change that and say something more like value-driven reinvestment initiatives?
I think that's a great idea, and I think definitely we can look at changing that language. Even words like sustainability, capacity building. Yeah, I get what you're putting down here. Yes, I think we certainly
I just don't want
can
to
change
send the
that.
wrong message to somebody that thinks that's our MO.
Right. I think internally we can recognize that that is what we're trying to do, is kind of have value balanced strategies here. But I think if we're looking at public facing documentation, I totally understand that. So we'll look at that before we publish anything. All right. And then continuing on with the policy statement, we want to enhance our strategic partnerships. So given our limited capacity here in the staff, I think we need to recognize that we have excellent experts and partners regionally, statewide, who are willing and able to help us. Obviously, this process of working with the School of Government Development Finance Initiative, the Carolina Across 100 program, that is a perfect case study in showing how opportunities arise where we can learn from our partners, our peers across the state, without spending any money. Our Roofs Over Rowan team is a coalition, a collaboration of public, private, and philanthropic partners across our communities. This is going to be key if the town wants to really meaningfully deliver a housing strategy, because we can't do anything alone. And I think we do ourselves a disservice when we don't recognize the expertise that's just next door. And I think that's definitely something that the town will have to highlight moving forward. But then with all of that being said, we do want to maintain a grant-ready posture. So the CDBG program is annual at the state level. The CDBG NR allocations Unless something big changes, that will probably be a recurring opportunity statewide. So even if we right fit our annual housing strategy this coming year, if we're lucky, we'll get funding in 2027 or 2028, and then we can recalibrate moving forward. I think on the next, well, somewhere in here, I say we need to be more like Joe. Joe has done an excellent job getting lots of money for the town because
We all want to be more like Joe.
Right. He's always looking out for money, and I think right. But I think it's something that we may not be taking as much advantage of possible housing funds that may be coming from creative resources. All right.
I was thinking the term physically de minimis.
Oh, okay. Well, your words, not mine. So here I've tried to break out in three. Right. So this slide is important because it shows us where we have direct influence, where we have indirect influence, and where we have limited or no influence, because it kind of helps us conceptualize, where we can have our most leverage. So in that first column, where we have direct influence, is with our zoning and UDO. And of course, our UDO is already designed to facilitate housing options. So new production is going to be key to providing homes for people and to help keep those prices down. Our permit and plan review processes, our code enforcement, minimum housing standards, and our internal prioritization and coordination. These are all things that we have direct control over. And it's where we can have the quickest and most rapid response. That middle column is, I think, the most interesting, and it's sort of where we're on the frontier of kind of being a little bit more creative with our strategy. So referrals to partner agencies is, I think, something that the town really needs to do more of. We need to make sure that our residents are aware of regional resources and that they can connect to them very quickly. There's also another idea that actually came out of our Roofs Over Rowan partnership through the Carolina Across 100s program of developing a regional small-scale developer network. And I'm going to pause here just to let you know what we're talking about. So Steve and I know that a lot of the developers who are coming to the town are kind of like first-time developers, or maybe they've built a couple of homes before, or they come into possession of a lot and they're trying to figure out what they can do with it. And we already have kind of a process of guiding those people through sort of what's going to be required, stormwater, infrastructure, things like that. But what's key to understand about that is we have new developers who are trying to learn. And we have this pool of motivated people who want to build new housing, but they've never done it before. They don't really know what they're doing. So how do we bring those developers into a structured process to kind of teach them and to streamline the process of building new homes? And Spencer's development ordinance actually allows accessory dwelling units, but we don't have any, in part because I think it's just not been done before. So
We've got one.
We have one? Oh, well, we have the one.
Thanks, Jeff.
Well, we won't talk about that one. That came in before our new UDO. So. But yes, we want to make sure that our developers know how they can best utilize our UDO to support our housing goals. And then again, just maintaining those regional partnerships. And then the areas where we have limited or no influence, obviously things like interest rates, construction and material costs, and large-scale housing finance markets. These are all well beyond our ability. So it's really that middle column that I think is where we can have a lot of creativity and innovation and conversations over the next year. So with our $750,000 CDBG grant coming to an end, we're going to have to shift to some other programs on our radar. So I've been trying to educate you all about our urgent repair program. For the IRP 26 program year, this offers up to $15,000 in urgent repair assistance to households making anywhere between 30 to 50% of the area median income. This program is vital for elderly, low-income, and disabled residents, and it facilitates critical accessibility modifications to support aging in place.
How does the application and selection process work? Like, what is the likelihood of somebody applies that they get funded for it?
So if they qualify based on their income, then there's a pretty good chance they'll receive assistance. The only open question is how long they'll need to wait for that assistance. And I always hate bringing up wait times when it comes to these things, but any program like this has much more interest than there is funding, so there are typically wait lists. But the thing about IRP is that it's a quicker program. There's more projects done every year, so the time that you have to wait is typically not, well, it's not usually longer than like a year.
Okay.
But, you know, if someone gets qualified, they can be guaranteed that if they're in the pipeline.
And what would be considered an urgent repair?
So urgent repairs cover anything from plumbing issues, electrical issues, if your roof is leaking, if your HVAC has gone out and that needs to be replaced. If you're an elderly person, accessibility modifications in things like bathrooms or ramps. It actually covers a pretty wide range of project types. The only limitation is you have to make sure that that project type is actually something that the homeowner genuinely needs.
But of those things you mentioned, a lot of those can't wait a year to be remedied oftentimes.
Well, that is true. That is true.
Yeah.
But that's the funding reality, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So how is that program funded, and what kind of bucket is there for that?
So the State Housing Finance Agency opens up applications every year. My agency has applied every year and been successful every year for the past 10, 15 years plus. So we're not guaranteed to get it every year, but our track record with the state is really, really good. So we are basically a preferred partner with the state, and that money typically comes to us. And I think we receive around, like, what did we receive, 200,000? Oh yeah, we received $165,000 for IRP 26, and we're looking at doing around 10 projects for that. So this is just one resource that's available, yes.
Sorry, is the IRP program, do you do the project and it's reimbursed to you, or is it something where you wait for the funds to do the project?
So,
can you do either?
So it's different than the CDBG grant that we're familiar with. The Salisbury Community Development Corporation has the funds, we pay our contractors, and then the state reimburses us for the grant.
Okay.
On that level. But see, the assistance takes the form of a 0% interest deferred, like 4-year loan. It's shorter than the CDBG loans, which are like 8 years. And the IRP loans get paid back much more quickly. And it's not a deed of trust, which means it doesn't get registered. It doesn't get secured at the Register of Deed. It's actually an unsecured loan, and that's how the state has structured that program. So, yes, sir.
I hate to keep interrupting. How do the citizens of Spencer know about this? I mean, how are we educated?
So that's the thing. That's the thing that we, I think, need to do better about this upcoming year, is having like a resource navigation process here,
okay,
and a public education process to make sure that people are aware of these.
Okay.
Hey, Kyle, we say, with IRP 26, it's looking like maybe 10 houses. This is countywide, right?
That's correct.
So in reality, we might get one per year.
It just depends. The more we educate the public on the availability of the funds, the higher the likelihood that they'll get their application in. So a lot of the communities around the county don't advertise the program. People learn about it through other ways, like referral networks. And I think that's why we want to make sure that we're kind of a strong node on that referral network for the town of Spencer, to make sure that our residents are at least aware of the opportunity and can make appropriate decisions themselves about applying and qualifying for the program.
So where are the projects primarily being done currently? Is it mainly Salisbury area, or is it spread out all over?
Yeah, it's actually countywide. So we have like a lot in like China Grove, Woodleaf, out in the county. We actually don't see too many within the city limits of Salisbury.
Okay.
There are some, but it's not like the city of Salisbury gets a priority in that. That's
Well,
not the
but
case.
the reason I was asking, you're saying some communities aren't publicizing it.
Right.
I figured, obviously, Salisbury, it would make sense that you would publicize it, right?
Right.
But that, I guess that's, my concern is just there's not a lot of money to go around for an overall county for these projects. And I think that's, what we don't want to do is give our residents false hope.
Right.
That there's.
Well, and I'm going to push back just a little bit to say that I'm giving IRF as one example.
Yeah.
But for example, the Yadkin Valley Economic Development group, they offer like weatherization assistance. So that could be an additional resource that we make sure our residents are aware of that they can connect to. And there are more, I mean, there are many different regional resources. The urgent repair program is something that we're familiar with our agency, but we're not just going to direct citizens to our agency. We are going to basically make sure that the town is a conduit to all regional partner agencies. Any other questions before I move on from here? All right. And then again, just making sure that we're maximizing our use of code enforcement for minimum housing and things like that. And then I do think it's important, and the city of Salisbury is doing this, is having a little bit more of an emphasis on renter education. And I think the affordable housing conversation has to include conversations about renters. I myself am a renter, so I'm part of that class. So a lot of renters don't know what rights they have, and sometimes they suffer in substandard conditions. They don't make complaints that they perhaps ought to because they're afraid of retaliation and they don't understand the laws that protect them. I think that's an easy, low-cost strategy for the town to have some housing wins, again, without spending too much more money. And I've already mentioned our UDO, making sure that our process is clear, predictable, that we're allowing infill and modest density where appropriate, and that we coordinate with our small-scale developers. And I think
Alderwoman Sledge has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm reading about build to rent. Have we had anything like any requests or for information about that in Spencer?
No, build to rent.
Mm-hmm.
I've not heard that term before.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just people building new houses for the purpose of renting?
With the intent of building houses that will be rented.
Right.
Building, yeah.
Well, I think it's something that we're probably going to see. You know, the HPC recently approved, and Steve is currently working on permits for a new 6-unit development down on South Main Street or South Salisbury Avenue. It's going to be 3 buildings. They're all duplexes,
right,
and they're likely going to be rental, I believe. So there's nothing the town can really do to prevent that. You know, we remain judgment neutral on whether it's a owner or a renter unit. But I do think that it's important to maintain that mix. I think in an ideal world, we would try to promote home ownership a little bit more for a community like Spencer, but also, you know, folks like me, we rent, and we're people too, you know. So I think having that balance is important. So this is almost my last slide here. So again, we want to make sure that our long-term positioning, we maintain awareness of the local housing reality. We remain grant ready. We work with our partners, and then we explore participation in potential regional housing initiatives where viable. Alrighty, let's see here. I think that pretty much covers it. So I'll just leave you with the idea that the question of where should Spencer focus its limited capacity to best stabilize housing over the next 5 years or the next few years. I think that's really the key question. Where is your leverage without committing too much more funds? So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. And then once I'm done, we have a short video to show for you, which I'll talk about later. But before I end, do you have any questions that I can answer for you?
I have a question regarding the resources that the partners that, what is the success rate of of my constituents going to them for resources, what does that look like as far as them being accepted or getting that? Because we don't want to send our neighbors someplace and they're not getting the resources, you know.
So I think that's a great question, and I'm going to answer it kind of in two ways.
Okay.
The first is, I would say don't hesitate to refer people to potential service providers if you think that there's something there. Any service provider does have to qualify that household to make sure that they meet the various program regulations. But a lot of the times, homeowners, like if you ask someone how much they make, that number is variable. It depends on who is counting it. I would say the best thing to do is to don't hesitate to refer them to whatever the service provider is, because that service provider will have a professional on staff who knows what the specific eligibility criteria are for the different types of programs. And I think we have a pretty good success rate. I mean, I would say don't promise someone that when they contact, they'll definitely get help. Just frame it as an opportunity that there may be some funding available. Contact this person and they'll check to see if you qualify. That's how I would frame it to someone, like one of your constituents. But I think if they qualify based on their income and they own the house and they meet all the other standards, there's a good chance that they'll receive some sort of assistance, if not from like us, from a partner agency, and if not immediately, then after the wait list kind of comes through.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Are there any other points of research that you need based on this presentation? Is there any other information you need in order to make decisions as you move forward throughout the year? Anything you want him to dig in on later?
I have a request.
Yes, sir.
And it's just in how we market this and how we tell the story. We keep talking about affordable housing, and I've said this before, right? Like this term affordable housing, frankly, I don't think housing is affordable for anybody these days. And it's all relative. I would love to see us embrace as a community using a term such as like equitable housing, because it's really more than just a government calculation of what's affordable for one person compared to another.
Right.
It's really considering all these things that we've talked about and building a community that is, a diverse community, a community of varying economic abilities. And I think that's really what we're going for, right?
Well, one of the terms that's becoming popular is workforce housing. And I think that could also be an alternative term that could go over well.
But I also recognize we have an aging population in Spencer that's not part of the workforce, right?
Right.
So
Kyle, I think one term, I believe I heard it when we were in Chapel Hill this week, is the term attainable housing.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a good one. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we'll definitely be smart about how we communicate this, because you're right. Affordable housing, first of all, for some people it has a negative connotation anyway.
Yeah.
And I think we just want to make sure that we're framing it in a way that's consistent with how the town envisions itself moving forward.
I like that, attainable.
There are places building small communities around amenities that would be for young professionals who are just starting their careers, and older adults who are looking to downsize, and that they are working in a community together.
And not to drag this on, but Mayor Williams, I just remembered earlier you mentioned the idea of some potential avenue to provide homeowner support to employees.
Yep.
At the end of the conference yesterday, I actually spent about 30 minutes to an hour talking to the city of Fayetteville's housing manager, and he was telling me that they offer like a program called the Heroes Program, where for new employees they offer new city employees, they offer a special package of down payment assistance. Obviously, that could be something that we explore. It depends on funding. It depends on getting the right partners to kind of pay for that. But it's a practice that we could study our peers and figure out how they did it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
All right, before I go, and I know I'm probably taking up more time, but I'm going to be a little selfish because I want to show this video. So at the end of the last forum that we did in Chapel Hill, which was yesterday, we went directly there to hear last night. The team at Carolina Across 100 prepared for us a video, which is a sort of summary encapsulation of the last 5 forums that we've been to. Obviously, you may have asked yourself, why are you sending Peter and me out to these 2-day forums? Is it a good use of our time? So we want to show you that it most certainly has been a good use of our time, and there's been a lot that's come out of that process. So we want to show that video to you as sort of a summary of how that process works. I'm going to take a seat.
Home means to me peace, happiness, a place where I feel safe.
Oh my gosh, you're so young here.
I moved to Hendersonville when I was 9 years old, and I remember my mom struggling to find a place that was affordable. When we found Sugarloaf Apartments, that changed everything.
Oh, mira, aquí están los apartamentos, mira.
I can't imagine an indicator of well-being that isn't somehow tied to housing. Whether that's health or educational outcomes or economic mobility, somehow it all seems to come back to the place you lay your head at night. If we want to improve the outcomes, we have to improve our housing.
Our State Our Homes is an 18-month program of Carolina Across 100 that's designed to work with communities across North Carolina who are interested in improving access to affordable housing in the state.
So good morning and welcome. There are 14 teams from 22 counties. These represent all different types of communities from the mountains to the coast. And on these community teams, there are partners from the public sector, the private sector, the nonprofit sector, and whatever types of organizations and representatives make sense for the specific community.
So you need to think about both preservation and production.
The teams will learn a lot about different topics within affordable housing, from permanent supportive housing to home repair to affordable rental housing. They'll walk away with connections to professionals in those industries that they can call on.
We need affordable housing everywhere, and Granite Falls is no exception. I want to prove that you can build a high-performance home on a budget that the average person in my community can afford to buy. Duke Street Cottages is my first solo development. Most of these homes are selling for an average of $250,000. I make a living building and selling houses, so the numbers have to work. But I also want this to be a model for other developers to follow and a legacy for my community.
It can be about...
Our State Our Homes has been a unique opportunity to surround myself with people who are also passionate about providing affordable housing and think strategically about ways that we could do that maybe we've never thought of before. It's that iron sharpening iron type of experience.
The truth is, you're going to learn by doing.
Each team has developed a goal for the number of units they would like to see created in the next 3 to 5 years. Our job is to ensure that these teams have what they need to create that supply.
This initiative has been a breath of fresh air for us in Harnett County because it's taught us a lot about the different perspectives as far as just starting out in affordable housing. Some have strategic plans already in place and some have great success stories.
We really have developed a plan to continue the conversation regionally and keep our team engaged and continue that resource development.
The answer for many of us is in this room. Just got to get around the table and talk to our colleagues and figure out what the solution is.
Hi, Larry. It's Itzia giving you a call back. I got your message.
Affordable housing has had a huge impact on my life. I was raised in affordable housing. I live in affordable housing, and now I get to work in affordable housing. I am the site manager at Oklawaha Village Apartments. We have people that work in agriculture, that work in construction, some that work for the school system. Without affordable housing, these people, including myself, would not even have a place to live. Where would we live?
People deserve great housing. Housing Assistance Corporation was founded in 1988 in home repair. We started building affordable housing in the mid-90s and continue to grow in our pace because of the Our State, Our Homes program. We have these new questions, new approaches, new partners. It has really shifted how we're able to engage locally, how we think about developing the next project.
Housing is an issue that affects every single community and every single life in North Carolina. And we know, based on the data, that it's out of reach for too many people.
If we do not hone in on how do we build the affordable housing we need quickly, we will see an outflow of the workforce because they simply can't afford to be here.
There's nothing quite like helping someone realize the dream of homeownership, for the first time. That's powerful stuff.
¿Cómo cambió tu vida cuando llegaste a vivir aquí en Sugar Bowl?
Para mí era alguna bendición de Dios.
So just really quick before I sit down and we can move on, I just want to let you know what was the actual outcome of that 18-month process. So our team, we're still working on our action plan, but it's already it's a pretty extensive action plan. We have two main strategies that I think the town of Spencer may be interested in learning about going forward. One is that small developer network that we're building, and I think that's going to be very interesting for the town of Spencer to be involved with. So we'll definitely keep you updated. And then we're also, the more complex, long-term, and ambitious plan is that we're looking to build a new regional housing fund that will connect public-private philanthropic money to basically be deployed for new mission-aligned affordable housing initiatives. And I think knowing that the town of Spencer has limited financial capacity does not mean that you all can't participate in some way in this project. And I think what we want to do moving forward is to make sure that you stay up to date about what we're doing, and that if opportunities come available that could help the town, and specifically town residents, access funds for housing, we would definitely make sure that you know that. So it's still going forward. The program is actually not over, even though we won't be going to any more of the forums. The forums are over, but the process continues, so we'll definitely keep you updated. I know I've taken too much time, so sorry, Steve. Any final questions?
One other number I just wanted to share, that all 14 teams across the state had the plan with various metrics in there and goals, and I think if I remember correctly, Kyle, we had a 70 unit short-term or
that's correct. So
mid-range term goal.
Our 5-year goal is to accomplish 70 additional housing-related projects in addition to what we would have already done. So from baseline, just projecting over the next 5 years, we want to do 70 more using this new housing fund. And I think that's why seeing opportunities to connect those resources to local residents is going to be key. And those are certainly going to be conversations that we have moving forward.
But looking across the state, all the plans together from the 14 teams total almost 10,000 units. And so this is that's an exciting number to think about statewide of the impact what's taken place, over the last year and a half, and then how it will proceed moving forward.
I know in some towns there are programs that offer down payment assistance. And there's some sort of a program I know in High Point, but there's also one in Lexington where there's, you go through a process of education.
Right.
And when you accomplish that level.
That's part of our agency's bread and butter. So yeah, we do provide down payment assistance and connect to, we have a partner agency in Kannapolis called Prosperity Unlimited, who does home buyer education and like credit counseling and things like that.
All right.
Kyle,
Kyle, thanks so much. Thanks for your team's work.
So Steve, we're gonna pause, just so you don't get left with about 3 minutes to talk.
I assume from the agenda, my job was to tell you it's time for lunch.
That's right.
All right. Mike, if you could pull up my presentation again real quick. I'm going to hand something off to you that I'd like you to do. Oh.
I don't know where it is. I can pass it around this way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we talked earlier about how important it is for you to show up as your whole selves, right? To show up as representatives of the people who elected you, and then work collectively as a board. So this is the touchy-feely part of the day, right? This is where we get to know each other a little bit better. You have a sheet that has 4 quadrants on it. And within each of the quadrants, there's a question. And so as you go into your lunch break, I'd like for you to take a minute to answer each of the questions. A person or event that shaped who I am today. My motivation for public service and or serving in elected office. A fun fact, something that no one in the room knows about me. And also write a newspaper headline about Spencer in 5 years. So a vision statement of sorts for Spencer in 5 years. And don't put anything down that you wouldn't want the live stream to know as well, right? So just be aware of that. But I'd love for you to take a minute just to reflect and answer those questions for yourself. And then as you go into lunch, I'd love for each of the board members to find each other, make sure you connect with everybody on the board and share one of those things with them. And the idea is to learn what you have in common, how you're different, and what may surprise you as new information about the folks that you serve along. So if we're not going to take time 30 minutes or so to do this, but if you would please write down your thoughts now, and then as you have lunch, let that lead the discussion. And then we'll have a presentation from the health department at 12:15. So complete the task. I think they're getting lunch ready, so we have a few minutes before that. Complete the task. You can start the conversations if you'd like. As you're getting your food and sitting and having fellowship around the meal, discuss these items. Sound good? Any other thoughts, Peter or Mr. Mayor, that you'd like to put out there ahead of lunch?
Thank you, Kasha.
I do have a playlist of North Carolina artists that are in the North Carolina Music Hall of Fame. I'll let that get going. It's
Nice
random.
touch.
Thank you.
I like it.
Thank you. It's random, so let's see what pops up. thank you all for taking the time to fill out the forms, perhaps start some conversation. Feel free to check in with each other throughout the day. We want to be conscious of time, so we won't facilitate that, but I think it's a wonderful way to get to know each other. So please walk away with something new from each of your fellow aldermen. And now we're going to turn it over to Courtney Meese, who's going to talk about a wonderful project that we were so excited to support them with, and some outcomes that may impact how you think about resource allocation.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Meese. I'm the Community Health Manager at the Rowan County Public Health Department, as well as the Healthy Rowan Executive Director. So thank you for inviting me here today and to present our findings on the Health Empowerment Zone project that we're working on, and how your voices, I know some of you participated in the focus groups and in the community survey, how those have come together and then how they're going to shape next steps. Next slide, please. All right, so you good? All right, so our agenda today is short. We're going to go over, first I'll give a little bit of background about the Health Empowerment Zone work, so that way we're all up to speed. We'll go over the results of the surveys, focus groups, and secondary data, and then finally we'll look at next steps and how to stay engaged. So first, the background. This past year, the Rowan County Public Health Department completed its 2025 Community Health Needs Assessment, and through this process, we were able to identify 3 priority health areas that we're going to address in the next 3 to 4 years in Rowan County. First is behavioral health, so mental health and substance use together. Next is healthy lifestyles, so improving access to primary care, healthy foods, and physical activity opportunities. And lastly, but not least, housing. So with the support of WellCare, we identified health empowerment zones in Rowan County, and those 3 zones are Spencer, East Spencer, and the West End community of Salisbury. Through our community health needs assessment, we identified these as empowerment zones because they did have poorer health outcomes compared to other areas of the county, and the demographics of populations were similar. So it's not a bad thing that these are health empowerment zones. It just means that we get to put more resources into these areas. This last fall, we conducted community surveys, focus groups, and secondary data collection with the help of Centralina to confirm that the priority health areas that were identified through the community health needs assessment were relevant to the health empowerment zones. So we had 13 residents in Spencer participate in the community survey, and we had 10 participate in the focus group. And if you've ever done a focus group before, you know that 10 people come into a focus group in the evening is very great. So we were very, very happy with that. And again, I just want to reiterate that the goal of this project, the Health Empowerment Zone Initiative, is to understand real lived experience and to build community-driven solutions instead of top-down solutions. So key results in community voice. I want to also reiterate the 3 priority areas, behavioral health, housing, and healthy lifestyles. The responses from the surveys and the focus groups, there were themes created around the responses. So we'll go through some of the key takeaways from that. And the following slides are broke down into these categories, and we'll talk about what we heard, what the community impact is, and then what the residents told us that they wanted. So first we'll focus with mental health. And so what we heard was that stigma in early care is very important. Community members shared that stigma around mental health remains really strong in Spencer. Many residents delay seeking care, often waiting until problems become severe because of stigma. Access is a barrier. There's not enough behavioral health providers to meet the demand, and limited clinic delays. And the barriers are emphasized by the limited clinic days and long waits to see a provider. Mental health challenges also are often escalated to crisis Crisis is managed by law enforcement rather than care teams, so the residents feel that this leads to poorer health outcomes and doesn't address the root cause of the issue. Schools reported having far too few counselors to support staff, and student mental health needs are consistently exceeding staff capacity. And for our older population, they described high levels of loneliness and social isolation. Community impact: the untreated mental health issues contribute to substance use, family strain, and avoidable crisis events. And what residents told us that they wanted was they want more mental health first aid trainings to keep community members up to speed on how to address a crisis. And that's definitely something that we can do. They want embedded support. So what that kind of looks like is social work integration into the schools and police departments to provide timely and supportive interventions instead of being referred to the detention center. Low stigma access points, so safe, welcoming entry points for counseling, and then a co-response model. And this is a coordinated crisis response model pairing mental health professionals with first responders. All right, substance use. Residents reported that public drug use and visible overdoses create significant safety concerns for neighborhoods and public spaces. Families described limiting where their children play due to fear of exposure of drug activity. Impacts on families. Substance use was linked to family instability, including increased reports of domestic violence and child neglect, and caregivers noted that substance use strained relationships and household functioning. And there's also access barriers. So transportation provides consistently shows up as a barrier to folks receiving treatment. And many residents don't have a reliable reach to detox, outpatient, or recovery services. All right, and then what our residents want is improved access, so real-time transportation to treatment, especially during crises, navigation and support. So what they really want is recovery navigators to guide individuals through treatment options, and peer support groups to build community connections and reduce the isolation of recovery. They want overdose prevention, so it's expanded naloxone availability, and youth prevention, so more youth-focused prevention programs. And stop me anytime if you have any questions. All right, housing. Housing in public health is what we call a wicked problem. So it's very convoluted. It takes a lot of different pieces to address it. And I honestly get a little nervous whenever we talk about housing because it's such a big, if you can't just build more houses, because that takes a lot. All right, so what we heard, what residents told us was the affordability pressures. So residents consistently describe intense pressure from rising rent, higher property assessments, and costly upfront expenses. The rent mortgage paradox. So a common theme was frustration around paying more in rent than a typical mortgage, but it's also very expensive to buy a house. So it's like, what do you do? And then the aging housing stock. So much of the local housing inventory is older and historic, making repairs more expensive. So folks are a little more hesitant to purchase older homes. And lack of ownership knowledge. First-time home buyers often underestimate the wraparound costs of services such as repair, taxes, utilities, and maintenance. So sometimes they bite off more than they can chew. And neighborhood stability. So increased rental turnover is affecting community cohesion. Community impact. Unsafe or deteriorating housing can lead to chronic stress, respiratory issues, and ongoing financial pressure. Seniors and those who are disabled are especially vulnerable, And through our focus groups, we learned that many cannot afford the repairs needed to accommodate these disabilities. And then participants emphasized that unstable housing conditions lead to a ripple in health, school performance, and neighborhood well-being. What residents want? Essential repairs, so access to basic health critical home repairs. That could be something like addressing the safety of the home, weatherization, or environmental health issues. That could be mold, lead, asbestos abatement. Education and preparedness, so more education around the true costs of home ownerships, including maintenance, expectations, and budgeting. Community support, and a path to stability. And this kind of looks like a clear, achievable pathway to stable, long-term home ownership, such as down payment support, fair lending opportunities, and credit building resources. Food access. What we heard, cost and limited options. So folks are not having consistent access to healthy foods. Healthy foods are also expensive. And they feel as though, many families feel as though they are priced out of nutritious choices. Awareness challenges, so existing resources are not being advertised quite enough. And then barriers to community space. So some community gardens and food access spaces lack clear guidelines on use, operating hours, and expectations. Community impact for this is difficulty accessing healthy foods, which then leads to increased risk of chronic conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. And residents also said that they emphasize that food insecurity affects energy levels, learning, stress, and overall well-being. What they want is easy to find information, so where they can go for food pantries, where they can go for meal sites, seasonal programs, produce pickups, better messaging, so increasing communication, more fresh options, produce pop-ups, mobile markets, bringing those resources into communities. And that is a really great, one thing that's really great about that is that there was just a training, I think it was yesterday, that the state offered about mobile markets. So, and I do know that a bunch of our Healthy Rowan Coalition members attended that, so that may be something that we can work on getting into this space a little bit more. And then affordable market models. So if you're familiar with the Main Street Marketplace in Shawnee Grove, they have a tiered model. So residents mentioned that they are interested in like models like that to be brought into the community. All right.
Is there any, I know that they had talked about the Main Street Marketplace moving to Salisbury, or creating one in Salisbury. Do you know the where that's at?
I don't.
It's at the hub. It'll
Is
be
that
the
the
hub.
hub?
Mhm.
Even like the market is going to be at the hub, or
The plan, I think, is to have some retail space there. Not sure exactly how they're going to structure it, but their office space is going to be upstairs. I think they're going to have some downstairs space for the children to have involvement. But it is going to be in the hub. I toured that just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Oh.
And I have been out of the loop for the past couple months, so that is news to me, and I'm very excited to hear that. All right, so physical activity, our second to last one. What we heard is that there is a need for safe, family-friendly spaces. I know y'all just put in a new park. We did our focus group right after the park opened, so I'd be interested to see 6 months after this focus group, now that folks have more access to your park, what that kind of looks like. Barriers in park and play. One of the things that someone mentioned was substance use in the parks makes family hesitant to visit there. That may not be the case for this park, but other parks it could be. We can assess that. And then excitement paired with concern. While there are genuine enthusiasms around recreation facilities and parks improvements, residents stress the importance of ongoing safety, maintenance, and community stewardship. What residents told us that they want is more play opportunities, regular supervised programming, and community ambassadors, which are trained ambassadors or stewards who help maintain safe, welcoming environments in the park and recreation spaces. All right, our last one is access to primary care. What we heard is transportation to primary care is a huge barrier. They emphasize that there are long waits for buses, multi-hour bus rides to get to Salisbury for basic appointments, and these long trips make routine care feel overwhelming and inaccessible. Clinic experience challenges, so long waits followed by rushed appointments, and this reduces the trust in the health system and discourages follow-up care. Digital barriers, so patient portals, which are used for scheduling, test results, and communication, they can be really hard to navigate for some folks and really intimidating. And there is a limited digital literacy, which makes it hard to navigate someone's care. Care fragmentation, so residents experience poor coordination between different health systems and providers. So if you have to go over here for something with Atrium may not talk to Novant, and then they may not talk to Rowan Community Care Clinic. So it's just, there can be some difficulty with communication. Community impact, so patients miss appointments because they can't rely on transportation to get them. Delays in care, which then exacerbate conditions like diabetes, hypertension, and COPD. And then fragmented care increases stress, reduces trust, and leads to not being able to avoid hospitalizations for complications. But I will say one thing that I've worked with Anna on for eliminating a little bit of the access to care is the library here in Spencer now has what's called Library with a Heart. So folks can go in there, they can check their blood pressure at any time. They have little bookmarks where they can write down and track their blood pressure, and then they can go to any of the other libraries in Rowan County and check out blood pressure cuffs to for up to 2 weeks to monitor their blood pressure. So while we're talking about these things, there are still things in the works in all areas of the county. What residents told us that they wanted was transportation support, mobile clinic days, navigation help, so support in using those patient portals and scheduling appointments, and extended hours for some clinics. And then better provider continuity. Okay, so those are all of the areas that fall into our priority health areas and the themes that we picked out through our focus groups and our survey results. So what we're going to do next is we are collecting community input. So on the next slide, I have a QR code that we have. All right, so my notes just got a little funky. Okay, so I have a QR code that you can scan, and then it also has a link underneath it. And you can go through and tell us what kind of programs you think are going to be best for your community. And it's broken down by each of these themes. And so that'll give us some kind of direction, but also provide your community and you all with some parameters around what our capacity is. Because we want to be able to do what we can only do what we can, but we also want to know what you want us to do. So kind of an exchange. After we identify what initiatives we're going to move forward with, we're going to identify community champions and begin planning. So we may be calling on some of the folks that attended the focus group or some of you all in the future to see if you wanted to be a community champion for one of these initiatives. And it may be that we want to host, someone mentioned in the focus groups not having the knowledge that it takes to be able to purchase a home or what it takes to purchase a home. So maybe that looks like there's a realtor in this room that wants to hold a session for folks to learn how to, like, the process of buying a new home. I don't know if there's a realtor in here, but maybe that's a space that you can be a community champion and we can work with you on. And then implementation. So we're going to implement, and then we're going to continuously monitor the initiatives to make sure that we're being the best stewards of the funds that WellCare has provided us for, but also doing the best we possibly can for the residents of these health empowerment zones, because we work for the people. So we want to make sure that we're doing the best job that we possibly can. Oh, well. Okay, so there's the QR code. And then the link is tinyurl.com/Spencer Selection Survey. And then you'll also have the ability to go through and like rank what you think are the most important activities. Is that all I have? Yes,
Let me make a comment about the transportation. There's someone in my neighborhood who is using the Connect on a regular basis because I see it come and go to their home. So I think that's going to be a big help if that can continue to grow for this area, because it's serving East Spencer and Spencer with transportation on demand.
Yeah.
So that's really, I think that'll help. I did notice that it only runs Monday through Friday though, so weekends may be an issue.
And maybe that's something, I mean, we only have a small pot of money, but one thing that we can do and that we are very mighty in is that we have the ability to advocate. So maybe it's that we can advocate to the city of Salisbury to extend those hours or to get a second vehicle for their microtransit program. Or see what kind of barriers they may be experiencing and see how we can get to the root cause of what those barriers are. But I see that vehicle all the time. So it looks like it's being very well utilized.
Yeah. Well, they have a number of vehicles. I don't remember how many they have, but they do have more than.
Any other questions?
I have a question about the survey.
Yes.
I'm checking it out, and there's a part where it's asking about priority recommendations in each of the categories like housing and behavioral health, and then with each one there's about 4 or 5 different ideas, and it lets you select one in each of those. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if it was supposed to be you can check multiple things or just check one thing.
I was doing the same thing.
Yeah, so I would click all of them if I could.
Right, they're all wonderful things.
But if we had to pick like the top choice, especially since there are so many different like things that we can address, that if we can narrow down a couple, and then we can also go through and see like, so this is the top choice, this was the second choice, and we can work through like that. But yes, just one choice.
Okay.
Courtney, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate being here.
I love coming out to see you all in Spencer. So this was a treat. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Next, we're going to ask Steve to, if you don't mind, sorry to put you on the spot. Okay, well, there you go. Thank you, Courtney. Steve, if you can go ahead and make your presentation. And I will come around and pick up your plate. So if you have a plate and you'd like to.
So before I start with my planned presentation, I will tell you that I did not sleep well last night. It's y'all's fault.
Sorry,
Steve.
I went home thinking about all the stuff you discussed and your ideas. It kept me tossing and turning through the night, trying to figure out where we can go and what we can do. And I really woke up this morning and had a list of things that I wanted to talk to you about in addition to my planned presentation. Realizing that time is short, I did learn from our moderator that what happened to me yesterday was that I became a silent objector. Things were said and things were talked about, and I had some ideas and I wanted to offer them, but as my wife tells me to do from time to time, I bit my tongue and kept quiet. And at some point, either this afternoon or in writing as a memo, I'm going to address all those things that kept me up last night so that you'll know my perspective on it.
Thank you, Steve.
So I won't bore you with those now, or trouble you with those now. Don't want to send y'all home for a sleepless night. So I'll jump into this one, which is a little more to my flavor and a little more, in my mind, exciting. You're faced with another tough budget year. I've been in public service and politics and planning for seems like half my life, and I'm not sure I've ever been through a year when it wasn't a tough budget year. There's always the implication that taxes are too high. The tax rate is too high. Tax rate, in my opinion, is an arbitrary number that really doesn't have much to support it as a thing to be worried about. But let's just jump into this, and I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I thought it was important that with a new member on the board, and this board hadn't been here for some period of time, and I've been making this presentation to you, this will be my 5th year, that I sort of go back and reiterate that there's some big picture issues that you need to be thinking about when you're worried about trying to take care of the day-to-day and the year-to-year budget items, because these are the things that will eventually not solve those problems. You'll still have tough budget years in the future, but they will make life better in Spencer for you as elected officials, for our citizens who are going to benefit from many of your actions. So, the big picture. You've seen this slide before. It's showing that there are major growth areas in Charlotte, Greensboro, and Raleigh, and that just like in the early 1900s when we were established because we were in the middle of something, we are now in the middle of something else. We're in the middle of some growth patterns that are overlapping right here in Spencer, and you are going to be the beneficiary of those, and you're going to be the one to have to struggle with those. This is a new slide considering growth numbers, and in the upper left-hand corner are census data numbers. You'll notice that from 2000 to 2010, our population per census actually dropped. And that's a bad thing for a community when population goes down. And then it started recovering. The census estimate for 2027 actually is showing over 4,000 people. I don't think we're going to quite make that. But they were recognizing, to the right of that slide is some graphs showing the different types of growth. If we were following the linear growth pattern that we had through many years in the past, it would be very incremental growth that you wouldn't notice a whole lot. We've seen nonlinear where it's gone up and down based on some environmental things. But what we're getting into now is the exponential growth, where we grow at a certain percentage every year, but that percentage is applied to a larger number each year. And therefore that growth line goes up. Now that may not mean much to you until you look down at the bottom of that screen and you'll see some numbers, historic numbers from Salisbury. In 1880, Salisbury's census data showed they had 2,700 people, a little smaller than Spencer is today. By 1900, they were up to 6,300, twice our size. So they started growing 133% growth over that 20 years. And then they took off and grew from 2022, or from, 1900 to 2022 to their current population of about 34,000 people. That is exponential growth. That is what Spencer is looking at in the coming future. This was our municipal area in about 2008. Did not include the North Carolina Finishing Company property as a part of the town at that time, although it might have been annexed around that time. This is what I think the municipal limits are going to look like in 2040, based on our growth patterns right now. More growth to the north and the east, some of it industrial, some of it residential, mixed use. But to the northwest, on the other side of Grants Creek and Hawkinstown Road, extensive growth in residential and high density growth. You've seen this slide before. Put it on here because I want you to think about some things. When I first used this slide some years ago, I was pointing out all the assets that this community has. That's what those little numbered circles are. And then the bigger blue circles were areas of growth and what kind of growth was taking place in those areas. The ones I want you to start thinking about, those yellow ones on the outside, because those are going to become influences on our growth patterns and places where we can leverage our resources to improve our community. Davidson County on the other side of the river itself wrapping around the North Carolina Finishing Company property. High Rock Lake with a high population of people with lots of money in their pockets They just need a place to drive that boat to go somewhere. Salisbury and certainly Catawba College and the Salisbury Greenway are things we've talked about in the past. This slide shows you what I think is the big picture growth. If we were starting a comprehensive land use plan today, that's what I would show you, is that that's the growth pattern this community is looking at, and those stars are the ones that are most important for the future of this community. The industrial, commercial growth along the I-85 and Longs Ferry Road corridor, the Yadkin River District Plan, which is at the top, that residential growth I talked about on Hawkinstown Road, our parks and Standback Forest Parks, especially that growth, and the Greenway that we've talked about several times. And then something I presented to you earlier was the entertainment district in the downtown area. Those areas will have great influence on how this town grows and how the people of this community see this town. Back to that visual of our growth, our historic downtown core area on the left, pretty much our current municipal boundaries. There should be a few donut holes in there, but I colored them all in. But that's about where we are today. Picture on the left shows where I think we could grow over some period of time, 2040 or a little after. And then where I think your real perspective needs to be focused is that our neighbor to the southeast, East Spencer, is a population that is growing rapidly also. And when we think about things and our amenities and the people that we can attract to our downtown and to our River District Park, we need to be thinking about that larger Spencer, East Spencer area as available people that can be tapped into for our community as a whole. This one gives you another perspective. The yellow is Salisbury's core municipal area. I didn't include some of their satellite annexations. And then the upper part is Spencer, East Spencer, the slide I just showed you. And you can see that the size is not much different. Now again, Salisbury's current population is over 34,000 people. Ours is about 3,400. But physically, we can grow into a much larger community. Again, those growth pressures coming up from the south, because Mecklenburg County development of land is pretty much saturated. There's not much land left to develop. Cabarrus County, as far as residential development, is almost saturated. They can't put any more big developments on the west side of I-85 because they don't have sewer capacity. In the middle is Salisbury and Granite Quarry, Fate. They are growing, but they are constrained on either side, so there's a limit to how far they can grow. And then we're to the very north of Rowan County, northeast. We've got growth pressures coming from both sides. To prepare for the future, y'all have done some great things. You created a comprehensive land use plan in 2008 that was called the Land Use Plan 2025. So everything that was in that plan should have happened by last year. And I won't tell you that it did, but a lot of good things did happen. When I got here in 2022, we did a revision of that plan. And I can skip through these slides fairly quickly, but I want you to understand that we made some fairly major changes. You made some fairly major changes. The biggest one in my mind is the area northwest of Grants Creek was zoned agricultural almost completely. Our ag district was not really meant to be for farming. It was meant to be large lot residential development. Our AG zoning classification requires a 2-acre lot for a house. The revision to our comprehensive land use plan changed that, at least changed the philosophy of that low density development and said instead, let's go with high density development. It's no longer going to be stuck with AG. And you have seen some rezonings. There were many other recommendations that you adopted in that plan. I'm not going to go through them individually. You have a copy of these slides that you can look at. So what's happened since 2022? You're sitting in it. You're sitting in a beautiful town hall. When you talk about incentivizing employees, to continue to work for you and to continue to work hard for you, this is one of the things that incentivizes us. And we appreciate having a nice place to work. We're proud to invite our friends in and say, hey, this is the town I work for. A lot of small towns don't have that ability. So we should be proud of what you've done here. The park is an amazing asset. And it's just becoming established. I rode through town 2 nights ago. Right after dark, the street lights were on, all the trim lights were up, and that park was just glowing. And there were people out in the grass playing, and I thought, what a beautiful town. Now, Joel will tell you on the way back through, I noticed we had some street lights out. He got the email the next morning. Standback Forest. Again, something that a small town, a town of our size, has no right to expect. There's no way that we could have paid for that ourselves and developed that ourselves. But with the help of outside resources, it's a 100-acre park with formal trails in about half of it, and Joe, with grants in his pocket, are going to put trails in the rest of it, and our Blue Water entry. You built a park out at Yadkin River. It's a beautiful small park, but it is leveraged by what Davidson County has done on the other side. And it is leveraged by the fact that Davidson County took over the Wilcox Bridge and made it a pedestrian crossing. We're part of all that. And we're also part of the hopeful development of the Yadkin River District Plan. We've gotten bike lanes along Salisbury Avenue, and we soon will have them on Whitehead and Jefferson. That's been approved by NCDOT. We hopefully will have bike lanes continuing on to the river along Salisbury Avenue and US Highway 29 next year or the year after, and that will become a small budget item for you to consider. I'll mention that shortly. We don't talk about it much, but we completed something called the CORE Plan, Creating Outdoor Recreation Economies. That led to the birth of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board that Joe heads, and he'll present that shortly. But it also kept us focused on our plan for economic development, not being just a railroad town or a museum town, but a town whose focus is on all kinds of recreation that will attract all kinds of people to our community. The Longs Ferry Road Corridor Study was something that came and went, and it was presented to you. You learned about how much traffic there will be along that corridor, and that sounded like some bad news. But as businesses have been trying to locate on that corridor, they have had to adhere to what that plan suggested. And the truck stop that's under construction right now will have to install turn lanes and possibly signals at some of the intersections to accommodate the traffic that they're going to create. So that planning process was a good thing. It came up with some good information and required some improved development. This is a picture, I think you can see it on the big screens better than I can, of the area north of downtown Spencer now. And the purpose of that is to show you there's a lot of land out there. The next slide shows you, I laid over the already planned developments, the ones that I'm aware of, put their site plans in there as best I could with my limited GIS abilities. But certainly that should give you some idea of the magnitude of the growth that's going on in that area. I highlighted the existing PCA building in yellow so you could get a perspective of how much growth there's going to be in that area. And that growth is coming soon. Again, an aerial view of the Hawkinstown Road area. And to the left, you see some of the development in Salisbury. I think there's probably a 2022 visual. At the bottom, that green strip is where Hawkins Meadows is going. This plan, I overlaid some development plans. The one in the middle is Hawkinstown or Hawkins Meadows, 140 townhomes being built there as we speak. I've also been told that the 2 properties down will now have a 28-home single-family home subdivision on it. And then all those other ones around there that you see on that plan are parcels that people have contacted me saying, hey, I'd like to do such and such. And we're working with those people to help create subdivisions. This will address some of what Kyle said as far as creating housing for the people wanting to live in Spencer. So what's next? This is my favorite one. This is the one that I think will have more impact on Spencer's future than anything else I could show you. The Yadkin River District Plan was presented to you in its complete form, but those two slides, or two pictures on the right of that slide, show you that this is not just a park that would be created. It's certainly not an industrial park for this portion of it. This becomes a residential neighborhood with supporting retail, parks, civic buildings, and most importantly, access to the river, recreational access to the river, so that the people in Spencer can come to this area and get into the river to play. And as I pointed out in that earlier slide, the people on High Rock Lake can drive their boats up and get out of their boats and go to restaurants and stores that will be located in this development. This is part of the brownfield study that's going on now to ensure that there will be no problems in building these structures. We'll know more about that as we move forward. That picture gets people excited. I was at a dinner party a couple weeks ago, and as we were sitting around the table discussing it, somebody says, hey, Steve, tell us about that Yadkin River District plan. And I didn't know these people even knew about it. But they had heard about it. One of them had a copy of it. They pulled it out. And I had to stand up after a few drinks and make this presentation.
It's an interesting dinner you were at, Steve.
I did my best. But people are impressed with these ideas. These are big, big ideas for a community of our size. This development alone would create housing for 1,500 people, plus or minus. So imagine the impact that will have on our community. Sales tax follows people. So the more growth we have in people, the more sales tax revenue we get. Property tax follows the cost of building these houses, building these buildings. We debate sometimes whether residential development has more cost associated with it than you actually collect in revenues. If we were the county, the answer is no. The cost of a school system outweighs any property tax revenue you get out of residential. For municipalities, it's a little different. Our cost is garbage collection, fire protection, police protection. And we're already running police cars and fire trucks out that direction, so that the actual impact is a little smaller than you might think. You guys be quiet. The downtown entertainment district, and that slide, as you'll note, says Spencer as an entertainment district. For most communities like Salisbury or Charlotte even, they pick out an area that has lots of restaurants and lots of musical venues and bars, and they say this will be our entertainment district. In my mind, we have the beautiful opportunity to make all of our downtown an entertainment district. And that should support this kind of lifestyle. And the reason that kind of lifestyle is important is that we talked a little bit about recruiting retail to our downtown. And I will tell you from experience in my long and troubled educational life that you don't recruit retail. You can recruit industrial. You can compete against another county in the area on industrial by offering incentives, offering training, offering support for water and sewer, et cetera, et cetera. Retail comes to your community when you have enough people, which they call population density, and disposable income. We've already talked about how to grow the population. We build more houses, and you're doing that. You also attract jobs. That creates an incentive for people to move to this community and live here. But how do you increase that disposable income? And the answer to that is that the cohort of people you want moving into your community that have that disposable income are attracted by amenities. All these things that you're doing will attract people that not only want a safe environment, not only want nice streets, not only want water and sewer, good schools, but on top of that, they want amenities. They want bike lanes, they want parks, they want nature preserves. So those things that you're spending effort on, most of them are paid for by grants, but you're spending effort on and supporting with your leadership are the things that are going to bring people with money in their pocket to live in our community. I've talked to you about the Greenway. This is that same slide with those residential neighborhoods being built along Hawkins Town Road. The lines under it in green are the proposed Greenway. And when you see the two superimposed on each other, you see that those greenways will benefit a lot of people who are going to live in these areas. These are the amenities that will bring people with disposable income to live in the town of Spencer. That's a slide you've seen before showing the Greenway. The Greenway connects Standback Forest to the Ecological Preserve at Catawba College. And Peter and I have been attending, and Joe, various meetings with Catawba. They're getting ready to do a regenerative campus design. And at every meeting we've been to, they've mentioned Spencer. Obviously, Catawba College is in Salisbury. And Salisbury is a big supporter of all this going on. And they're our partner in trying to make this Greenway happen. But Catawba College mentioned Spencer because they see that link as a benefit to their students at Catawba College. We see it as a benefit to our citizens who live in the town of Spencer. We're still working on it. It's a tough project. Other projects, this one shows those connections between the various partners out to the Yadkin River, which again, the Yadkin River District development becomes a destination. It becomes a reason for people to want to live in this area, even if they don't live at the Yadkin River itself. They would have access to it, pedestrian access. You've seen this one before. This shows how some of the things we've already done, mostly the bike lanes and sidewalks, along with hopefully at some point being able to utilize the EB 5861 monies, will create a grid of sidewalks and bike lanes to connect all of these assets. And I color-coded that one so that you could actually see what it's accomplishing. It's taking parks and connecting them to the Transportation Museum in the downtown. It's taking schools and connecting them to our parks. It's taking all of the assets this community has and creating a grid that will allow people to use their feet or bicycles to visit those other ones. This one again is one of my favorites, and I think it's having trouble catching fire, but I think this might be the year to move it along. I've called it numerous things. This is Goat Gully. This is that ugly place on South Salisbury Avenue. It's basically the visual entrance to our town. And this time of year it's ugly because the kudzu's dead. And there's a broken tree in the middle of it. And it's just not an attractive thing to see as you come into town. In my mind, it could be developed without that building, and that's why that yellow question mark sits there now. Originally, this is where our environmental education center was going to go, but we now have the Carter House down on the 11th Street trailhead that will serve that purpose. So you might be able to erase that building and just make this a trailhead with maybe a greenhouse for educational purposes, certainly trails that would go down into the gully and connect to the existing trails in the Standback Forest. But this is what I think is the real opportunity. Some creative landscaping of those steeply sloped walls of that gully with places to sit in the bottom and listen to the water run through the creek and other water features. Flowers that were grown in the associated greenhouse that were planted there by maybe some group like Joe's Park and Rec Board or somebody else. This would be a beautiful asset for the town of Spencer. Another beautiful asset, another beautiful amenity. And for us aging people that can't get out and jog as much as we'd like to, don't play tennis anymore, having a nice place to go sit is an amenity that an old fart like me could really enjoy. So how do we accomplish all this? You're probably hoping the next slide tells you how to accomplish all this. But I don't.
There's the crystal ball.
We keep working, we keep struggling, but I did send you a document that I found online that had just been published by the School of Government, and it summarized some ideas for small towns and how they become successful. And those words that were highlighted, I put on a single page. I think it's the last slide I've got. The one thing that you need to remember, and that's what this whole presentation about, is that community development is economic development. If you'll build your community, you don't have to hire an economic development director or create a board. The community development efforts that you're making now will lead to economic development in the future. You have to be proactive and future-oriented, and you have been. You've thought about things that may not pay off immediately, but will pay off in the long term. You have to create a broadly held vision of what you're trying to accomplish. And I've heard you mention at several points during this meeting that we need to do a better job of selling Spencer. And maybe we need to do a better job of selling this idea of what the future Spencer will be so that we can get broader community buy-in. Create innovative partnerships. Who would have ever thought we'd be working with Catawba College as one of our primary partners to build a greenway? But it just so happened when we sat down at the table with them, they shared the vision and they want to be a part of it. And they've got some smart people over there. They've got people almost as smart as Joe as far as applying for grants. And they do have some money in hand to do some of these projects. So they're a great partner. CD Salisbury. Most communities feel like they're in competition with other cities, other towns. Salisbury is our hand-in-hand partner on various projects like this. Our bike lanes could be thought of in isolation, but at 17th Street, they join Salisbury's bike lanes. And that means we leverage theirs. We've got more mileage for our bike lanes, and they leverage ours. They've got more mileage of their bike lanes. Tied together and all the way to the river, not only can we say we've got a bike lane that runs all the way to the river, Salisbury can say they've got a bike lane that runs all the way to the river. Celebrate short-term successes. You do that. Every time we do one of these projects, we ring the bell, we run up the banners, we invite people to come to grand openings. We probably need to do a better job of selling it, just like y'all said numerous times. We need to sell it. I'll leave that slide up. I did want to make my pitch for the budget. Kyle said he wasn't going to ask for any money. Usually I don't ask for any money either. I'm not a money kind of guy. But to do the Goat Gully planning for what could be a beautiful park for this town, we're going to have to hire a consultant to do some planning. It's not a big dollar item, but it's money in a tight budget year. So as you go into your budget process, I hope you'll give that some thought. Bike lanes from Jefferson to the river. DOT does them for us. They do them for free, but they require us to do the planning. And the planning for the Whitehead bike lanes, because they had to go back and forth with DOT numerous times, I think it's about $10,000. It's about $15,000 what we've been quoted to do the rest of it. Please keep that in mind during your budget process. We have a program that you approved to collect money as payment in lieu of for sidewalks. And that money, based on the ordinance as it's written, is supposed to be spent on other sidewalks in other areas, including greenways, trails, bike lanes, etc. That program in the last 5 years has collected something like $55,000. During your budget process, I hope that you will recognize that money as sequestered for these types of projects. In a tight budget year, it's tempting to reach out and pluck those little grapes and use them for other things that you feel are more important, but that one should be kept alive. Another program you approved was the water and sewer extension program. The $50,000 a year we get through Salisbury Rowan Utilities. One of the things we discussed at that time when you approved it was that you as a board could dedicate that $50,000 a year to a chain of payments to do some larger economic development program. As we look at the North Carolina Finishing Company industrial project, extending water and sewer to that site is going to be expensive. And we did get a $750,000 grant from North Carolina Railroad to help defray those expenses, but that may not cover it all. So I would hope that during the budget process, you can also give some thought to maybe dedicating some portion or maybe all of that $50,000 as a stream of payments for debt financing for part of that project. I think that's it. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Steve. Board, any questions?
Could you print us pictures of that gully so we can just show them to people what it could look like?
Well, I'll do that, but the beauty of hiring a good consultant is that then you'll have a bound plan that will have those much better pictures than I can. So put away some money for that, and we'll see if we can get something really nice to help you sell it. And then once we get the plan, again, those are the kind of things, it's a trailhead for an existing trail system. There are grants out there that will pay for doing it. There are parks grants that will help create the park. There are wealthy citizens that love to donate to these kind of sexy projects, is what we call it. So that one, again, would be a benefit to the town with very little expenditures. But until we have a plan in hand, we can't do much of anything. We're stuck. We're stuck just talking about it.
Any direction or actions you want the manager to consider? I'll ask this after all of the staff presentation. Not at this time.
And I'll save my gripes for later on to get those to you.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, next we'll have Bob and Joe. I can't wait to hear from Joe. I've heard all, like, they have you on a pedestal. Do not disappoint, sir. Do not disappoint.
Go ahead, Bob. Okay, I'm going to do everybody a big favor and start out by saying I'm not going to talk very much. But I do want to thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak to the Board of Aldermen today. And I do want to make a couple of personal comments. But getting ahead of myself, our small Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, I want to let you know, is composed of several people with a lot of professional experience in Parks and Recreation. It's composed of people with experience here in Spencer government, and it's composed of people that have done a lot of work as volunteers in the past to build what we have today for Parks and Recreation. And we're very lucky in the fact that we are supporting what I see as a very winning game. When this board was formed last year, I really didn't know that much about Parks and Rec here in Spencer. I had worked for Rowan County for a career, and I got to tell you that you guys are just doing a tremendous job with limited resources. The staff that you have on here has done so much and accomplished so much that if I had done that during my entire career with Parks and Recreation, what they've done in a few years, I'd be very proud of myself. These guys are great. They have vision, they have enthusiasm, and they have commitment. And one of the things that I've seen today from the Board of Aldermen here that really makes me feel good about knowing that and what I know now is that they obviously get a lot of support and cooperation from you guys. This board seems to be very focused on the well-being of the staff, and that's a refreshing thing to see in today's world. You've got a good group of people here. Other than that, I guess I would say that one of the things that Joe is going to talk about in detail is the plan of action for 2026 that we've come up with. There's several things on that plan. One thing that I want to just throw some personal support into, if you can find a way in your budget to bring on a staff member that will be dedicated mostly to Parks and Recreation. And what I've seen here in Spencer is that everybody kind of shares in the load. Everybody does a little bit of everything. And in my career, we did that a lot at our little nature center that I ran for many years. Many days I'd come in and spend a fair amount of time cleaning bathrooms and animal cages before we went on to do the work of education and things like that. And it's really, really nice to see people that are willing to take on a full share of everything that gets done. I've got great staff here. Hopefully we can find a way to fund a person for Parks and Rec for Spencer. I think that it will take us to a different level, but we're already doing just incredibly exciting things. And Steve did a great job of promoting the importance of Parks and Recreation. It's a big keystone of the community, providing for the citizens an outlet to recreate, to be outdoors and share community, and also as an economic development tool. It's really exciting to see what's going on here in Spencer. I'll let Joe tell you more about details.
Thank you, Brian. Just continuing the Statler and Waldorf show. I wanted to mention one thing that I read this. This came out of Axios Charlotte, which is a digital media news resource. I didn't see it in the local paper, so I'm bringing it out. In 2025, the North Carolina Transportation Museum generated a record $31.1 million in economic impact. It's right across the street. And they had 93,000 passengers on the Polar Express. They're our anchor tenant for our economic development. And it sort of, playing off of Steve's observations about Spencer as an entertainment district, I think that there's a lot of food for thought there that we might be able to explore. So, but to the program, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board was formed last year by ordinance by the Board of Aldermen. And we actually, when we drafted the ordinance, we were going to have 5 members of the board, but we actually changed the ordinance so that we could have 6 because we had 6 really good applicants. It includes, Bob Pendergrass and Jack Moore, Phip Sparger,
Dion
Dixon.
Yeah, Dion Dixon, and I'm missing one from
Vivian Coons.
Yes, Vivian Coons. So we've got a lot of folks on there that are working really, really hard. We were able to adopt bylaws and rules of procedure, and we set up a meeting date. We meet in this chamber the first Wednesday of each month at 10:30. And so we've had an opportunity to work together and come up with some really good stuff that I think you'll appreciate. The board in 2025 endorsed the Sandback Forest Center plan. We were able to use that master plan to apply for a Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant. We received it for the Forest Center. We were able to organize the Race to the River 5K. Dion was hands down the force of nature on that and putting that group together. Had a very successful event. We've had an opportunity to attend creative outdoor recreation economy training meetings in Cherokee and Troy. So we've had a lot of activity in the first few months of the board's existence. As far as the work plan, Bob appealed to this particular component, which is the request of the funding for the active living coordinator position. We were close to having that last year and had a change in priority such that we went in a slightly different direction. The need is there, and I hope that the board will be able to consider that this year in the budget process. Pursuing grants and sponsorships. I think this is what we have been especially successful
at doing over the course of the last couple of years, and it's paid off for the town. The board will be overseeing the Stand Back Forest Center project. I fully plan to have them on site during that development, which I anticipate. Please don't hold me to this, but I'm meeting with Pete Bogle next week, and we're going to set up a timeline that will have us creating the plan, hopefully in April, May, going to bid sometime this summer. I'd like to be under construction late summer, August. I feel like it's a 90 to 120 day project. That may be, a little optimistic, but I'd like to have that bill. I'd love to be having a nice open house there before Christmas. Wouldn't that be nice? Implementing the core plan is something that the board will be paying special attention to, and then building the Rocky Branch Loop Trail and the Grants Creek Blueway Trailhead, hopefully getting started on that this summer as well. I mentioned this last night, the idea of reviewing and recommending policies for maintenance and use of the 8th Street Ballpark. Joel and I had a very productive meeting a few weeks ago with Brett Arrowwood, who is the president of the board of the Cal Ripken League, who's one of the primary users of the park. And so he's fully aware that this conversation is being had. We've drafted sort of the key components of an MOU, but we want to have an opportunity to, run that by our town manager and our crack legal team and get some input on that. But one of the elements that I mentioned last night is that there are 2 other organizations that are using the park, the Youth Football League and a private school. And no one objects to any of that, but we just need to make sure that we are covering the bases that the town of Spencer needs to cover as far as liability and who's using the park, how it's being used, and those kinds of things. There is a long tradition in this town of volunteerism where people have just kind of worked together and done things, and this sort of formalizes some of that. And hopefully we'll be bringing more of that back to you really soon so that you can get involved in that conversation. And then we laid out a plan of coordinating with local, regional, state, and federal partners to implement recreation programs and facility improvements. And this goes to the idea of working with Catawba College and Livingstone College and RCCC and Novant Health and all these other. We should add the county health department based on the conversation that we just heard today. About some opportunities there. And we've tried to list as many of those organizations that we felt would be worthy of partnering with, including the schools, all levels of school here in Spencer and Rowan County. Who am I leaving out? And YMCA is, there's just a ton of folks that we need to be working with to implement the program. As far as things that are on the horizon for us, we have secured some of the funding that would be necessary to install the Town Park Gateway Arch, which is reflective of the historic element that existed in the original park. We have had a commitment from the Tourism Development Authority of $12,000. The overall budget is roughly $20,000. We have applied to a local philanthropic organization for the balance of that. Hopefully we will hear from them soon. But just as I mentioned to you that if that falls through, we need to figure out how to make that work. I don't know what the plan B is, but there certainly needs to be a plan B, because I know the tourism folks are behind this, and we need to bring this into our community. And then the other thing I mentioned to you at the board meeting last month is the idea of a children's discovery garden to be built in conjunction with the Carlton Family interactive water feature, which is part of the town park. We have a baseline budget of $10,000 that has been contributed to the Carlton Family. We have submitted a grant application for an additional $15,000 to hopefully augment the landscape area adjacent to the water feature. Or I say that, it may be across the park. We don't know what the design process will lead us to, but creating something for children to utilize when they're visiting the park with their parents. And so, in the interest of brevity, I'll ask if there are any questions that you might have of me.
Thanks, Joe. Board, any questions?
I don't have a question, but I was going to say great work. And, appreciate all the efforts that the Park Recreation Advisory Group and yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will say that I do get a lot of compliments on the things that we're doing here in Spencer, and I have told you this before. It is not me. It is the projects that you are directing me to seek funding for that tell the story. They speak for themselves, and they are compelling to people that have the resources to support it. And so when God was saying, "Be more like Joe," you just need to know a few really kind-hearted people, and that's the important thing and that's why we've been successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm still getting a Be Like Joe t-shirt. And I'm going to wear it to Parks and Rec Advisory Board meetings, Joe.
We'd also like to celebrate Joe because now we are only 2 minutes off of schedule. So congratulations. Let us all be like Joe.
And Bob.
And Bob. Bob also made significant steps toward that.
I'm impressed, Joe. Doesn't usually happen.
It'll come later. It's a bank, and there will be a deposit or a withdrawal later. Now we will hear from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Don't worry, I'll get us back off schedule. So,
no doubt.
Oh no, I'll let Leslie do that. So I am gonna. I'm actually tag teaming this with Leslie. I'm gonna give the first part of our presentation, and then I'm gonna invite Leslie up after I'm concluded with my slides to provide some additional perspective. So before I launch into my presentation, I do just want to say I provided you a very lengthy memo in the agenda packet, which kind of lays out everything in exhaustive detail. So if I skip through anything that you need me to clarify, certainly ask me. But I am going to give a high-level overview in my PowerPoint. And then I would encourage you to go back home and study the memo if you want additional information. So the goals of this presentation, well, I should probably tell you why I'm up here. So the Historic Preservation Commission for several years now has identified it as one of their goals to pursue what's called CLG certification, which is Certified Local Government. That program has various benefits that the Historic Preservation Commission and the town of Spencer generally could take advantage of. But there are also some concerns and limitations that we also have to talk through, which is basically what this presentation is about. So I'm going to give you an overview of the CLG program. I'm going to explain what certification would require. I'm going to review the potential benefits and limitations, and then discuss some strategic options for the town to consider as you move forward. So to sort of back up and say sort of how our current preservation program is working, our HPC was originally established, I believe, all the way back in 1994. That happened to be the year that I was born. So the HPC has been around for that entire period. So we do have an enforceable preservation ordinance. I think what's important to keep in mind is that CLG certification is not required for the town to operate a historic district, to operate a historic preservation program, or to be empowered to review permits. We've been doing that for some time now. Y'all will remember that back in 2022, the Historic Preservation Commission proposed an update to the standards that regulate work in the historic district. When I came on board back in 2021, the Historic Commission was basically reviewing permits only using a list of about 10 bullet point standards. That would be like asking Steve to review Hawkins Meadow townhomes with only 10 standards to go off of. Basically, it meant that the commission did not really have the regulatory verbiage to make decisions in a way that was consistent and methodical. So back in 2022, when I came on board, we updated those standards, and now we have like 100 pages of standards, which is, don't be afraid of that. That is common, and that's how historic commissions typically operate. And we are actively reviewing certificates of appropriateness. Those are the permits that are required if you own a home in the historic district to do any work. You do need a COA permit to do that, and our commission continues to meet monthly to review those. So we currently, the town retains full authority to regulate exterior changes in our historic district. And I should say the goal of that is to maintain the character and the architectural integrity of those properties. So CLG certification is kind of like an add-on. It's a voluntary federal-state partnership, which is administered by the North Carolina State Historic Preservation Office. Basically, it integrates our local program into a state and federal framework, and in exchange, the town gets eligibility for certain grant funding and additional technical coordination. So when I worked for the City of Salisbury as their preservation planner, City of Salisbury is CLG certified, and what that meant was every year we had the opportunity to apply for Historic Preservation Fund grant funding. We had to put together a proposal, write a grant proposal, tell them how we were going to spend the money, and then we would get a decision. That project we used to do an archaeological excavation at the old Civil War prison site near their city hall. It was a really cool project. We went out there with ground penetrating radar to try to find some cool artifacts under the ground. It was great, and we were only able to receive those funds because the city was CLG certified. Additionally, when I was liaison, I was earlier on in my career, so I often needed a little bit of help. So I could call up the state preservation staff and just make sure I was doing everything properly. So that technical assistance was valuable to us. The CLG certification does require various compliance going forward. So in order to qualify, the town has to make sure that our local preservation ordinance, as well as our general preservation program, is aligned with the current state statutes. There's at least one thing which right out of the gate we'll have to fix. Our commission the ordinance only requires our commission to be 3 members. The state requires that any CLG certified members, communities need to have at least 5 members. So that's at least one update we would have to make to come into compliance. We would also need to maintain and update our historic resources inventory in a little bit more of a careful way than we have been. Our inventory has not been updated meaningfully since 1984. I mean, there have been periodic updates that the state sometimes comes through and updates a few things, but really the burden is on the community to update our historic resource inventory, and that may be a requirement if we were to pursue CLG certification. I don't think that they would accept our 1984 inventory without some sort of plan to get that updated. CLG certification would also require us to provide formal public participation in more components of our process. The Historic Commission would also be obligated to review National Register nominations, which is not currently something that we're required to do. CLG certification also requires a designated staff liaison. Obviously, right now, I am your staff liaison, but CLG certification would require you to maintain a staff liaison indefinitely, or you would risk losing that certification.
Kyle, can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Does it require an in-house staff liaison, or is our current arrangement?
The current arrangement would be
satisfactory?
sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah, you can use a contractor. Right. So like I said, there are ongoing institutional obligations that would be required. So part of my role when I worked for the city is I had to submit annual reports to the preservation office. I had to provide them updates to our inventory. Training is required. So like the way Anna has to go to like different clerk certification conferences, right now it would be a great thing to go to training, but we're not required to do so. If we were CLG certified, both the staff and a certain number of commission members would have to attend training. Now, there are a variety of training opportunities that are made available to communities. Usually, it looks like going to Raleigh and attending training at the Department of Cultural Resources downtown. But they also do host statewide training opportunities. Recently, they actually had one in Waxhaw, which is where I'm from. So they try to kind of distribute across the state different training opportunities so you don't have to travel far. But we would just need to make sure that on an ongoing basis, we were meeting those training requirements. Like I said earlier, our HPC does not currently have an obligation to review National Register nominations, but if they were to come about in our community, the commission would be obligated to review those. And then, of course, it comes with the territory that we would have to undergo periodic state monitoring to make sure that we're maintaining compliance. So I'm going to give a few bullet points about the potential advantages of CLG. I think Leslie, when she comes up here, is also going to mention a couple of additional things. I already mentioned that CLG grant funding is available. I do want to clarify that after CLG certification, we have to demonstrate at least 1 year of proper compliance before we would be eligible for preservation fund opportunities. So it's certification, then wait 1 year, and then you can apply for funding through that. North Carolina does provide 10% of its state HPF funds reserved for CLG. So every year, 10% of the state budget for preservation is earmarked for CLGs, which is a great opportunity. I already mentioned that it provides access to technical assistance, right, legal and technical assistance. It provides formal recognition of our preservation program and integrates us into a statewide preservation network. With the grant, I do want to say a couple of things just to be realistic about the grant. So it is a matching grant, and typically it's a 60-40 match. So the city or the town would need to provide a 40% match, and then the state would cover the rest of the 60% of that. So it's not a 100%. So the town would have to have some skin in the game if it wanted to apply for preservation fund grant. It is reimbursement based again. So looking at Heather, we'd have to work through that sort of process. The town would be on the hook for the initial payment for whatever project it's for, whether it's we're hiring a consultant to update our inventory or we're doing a preservation plan. The town would need to pay for it first, and then we'd be reimbursed by the state. These are competitive grant applications, as y'all are used to, so there's no guarantee that the funds would come to the town. And there are limitations on the eligible uses. I think the HPC was initially very excited about the opportunity of using these funds to give to homeowners for repairs. Unfortunately, that's one of the things that you actually can't do with preservation fund grants. The state is really looking to pay for preservation plans, updates to historic resource inventories, and other sort of things like that. But actual physical investment or investments into physical properties is one of those areas which counterintuitively those funds are not necessarily earmarked for. The only limited use case where you can use preservation fund grants for physical properties is for specific types of publicly owned National Register properties, which the town does not currently have. Although the library, now that I think about it, I don't know.
The library is National Registry, and all of our homes are on the National Registry. That was something to clarify.
Right. I think it's only for public National Register properties, but yeah, that was one thing that I just thought of though. Let's see. And then of course, if we were to get these grants, they are actually federal pass-through monies, so we would have to meet federal financial management requirements. So here's where we got to be a little bit realistic about the feasible pathways for pursuing CLG certification. So we would have to basically do an audit of our current ordinance and evaluate whether we need to make any amendments to our current ordinance or process. We need to take a look and see if our historic resources inventory may need to be updated. I've already told you that we'll need to update our commission composition requirements to move that up to a 5-member minimum. We'd have to take a look at the reality of ongoing reporting and compliance workloads. And then the big one here that's kind of the elephant in the room, quite honestly, is the long-term staffing capacity. We've talked about it a lot today, and I think it goes without saying that I've been your preservation planner since 2021, and that's been a miracle, honestly, because I guess I never really envisioned quite how it would work out, but I'm really happy. But the thing that I think we need to be mindful of is if my role were to evolve in the future, if I were to step back and spend more of my time at the Salisbury Community Development Corporation, which is my primary employer, if y'all get CLG certification, you'd need to identify that staff person. And I know Joe doesn't want to do it anymore because he punted it off to me. So funny how that works. Right. And I was talking to Steve about it, and no, that's not going to happen either. So I think the reality is that's the main obstacle to deciding whether or not the town wants to pursue CLG certification. It comes with real benefits, and it would be a great thing in an ideal world, but I think it's the staffing issue that is concerning to me, because if I were to step back, y'all would still be on the hook for the various obligations that you take on with CLG certification. So in that spirit, I'm basically proposing 2 strategic pathways for the board. Option 1 would be to pursue CLG certification, not necessarily immediately, but to evaluate that path. So the first thing you'd need to do is to conduct a readiness and compliance audit to see what exactly it would take to get the town positioned to be qualified to seek CLG certification. We need to update our ordinances, evaluate our inventory, prepare that application, and basically with option 1, you'd be committing to that ongoing reporting and compliance framework. The second option, which is the alternative, is to instead focus more on strengthening our existing preservation program. I've been before y'all before at regular meetings, and I've told you that the HPC is doing amazing work, and they are definitely trying to figure out how they can best serve the community, how they can improve with customer service to reduce kind of unnecessary hearings. The HPC wants to actually do more interesting work. I think they feel a little bit bogged down reviewing permits every month when they want to be doing stuff like the Well, I was going to say the education class that was recently held. The commission has several new members who are really interested in hosting education for the public, inviting guest speakers. In fact, one of our members, Barbara Moran, is literally currently spearheading that effort to get another education class done, I think in April.
April, I think it's 24th. The 24th is a Sunday.
Right. So the HPC wants to do more fun stuff, and I think they feel a little burdened having to do these hearings, which stretch into the late evening hours. So some of the things that we could do to strengthen our existing preservation program, the first thing is to expand our minor works administrative approvals. I've mentioned to y'all that before. They've actually been working on that for a couple of years now, I have to say, and I'm part of the problem that hasn't actually got past the finish line yet. But this would basically allow me and theoretically Steve to approve permits 2 to 3 days instead of asking a homeowner to wait a month to come to a hearing. Towns are absolutely authorized to determine which permits require public hearings and which ones can be approved by staff. There's nothing in the state statutes that requires everyone to come to a hearing for work. As long as the local governing board determines which categories of work can be approved by staff, y'all are fully within your authority to do that. And I think the HPC is most certainly looking at, they're willing to do that. We want to reduce the number of unnecessary hearings. We want to clarify standards and application materials. We want to improve turnaround times and focus on customer service and predictability. I think the idea is, if we're going to be a pro-development community, we want to encourage development in our historic district in a way that's still going to maintain the character of the house, but to just make it more streamlined, more customer friendly. We want the town to have a good reputation in the historic district. And I think when we get to the point where homeowners in the historic district feel really good and about our historic process, then I think that'll definitely be like a win for us. So I guess my preliminary assessment would be, given the fact, well, the reality is our preservation program is operational today. CLG certification is not required, but it does provide us access to funding and formal recognition. But the reality is it also introduces ongoing structural and administrative obligations. So basically the decision for the board as you evaluate the potential strategic options, you got to think about long-term staffing. You'll need to consider whether the town intends to pursue specific preservation initiatives that would benefit from CLG participation, and whether y'all as the town are willing to maintain those compliance obligations. So it's one of those things where, even though I am the staff liaison, I kind of have to take a step back and say, if I were no longer here providing your preservation liaison support, how would you continue to have a functioning preservation program? Does CLG certification make that easier or harder over the long term? So yeah, I'm basically recommending that I think we can kind of do a both and approach in the near and the long term. I do think that prioritizing improvements to our existing program is going to be the low to no cost solution for the immediate term. I think if you're interested in CLG certification, we would need to basically conduct that formal readiness, compliance, and capacity assessment. That is something that we can still do for y'all, at least to make sure that y'all have the right information, whether or not to direct us to pursue CLG certification. But so just concluding my part, the HPC is definitely interested in pursuing CLG certification, but I think it's the staffing issue that concerns me the most. And so I think everyone can win if we both strengthen our current process and hold the door open to CLG certification when that staffing and capacity align. So with that being said, Leslie's going to come up here and speak a little bit more about the benefits of CLG as well as our overall HPC goals.
Well, actually, I'm gonna throw my whole presentation in the trash can after hearing his. Hi,
About 5 minutes.
I know, thanks a lot, Kyle. I can't say hello in 5 minutes. Anyway, let me hit the key points. In 2022, when we went and redid our certifications and our standards, we expanded. We had solar panel construction, new construction, which we didn't have before. We had compliance issues like what was feasible. We don't always have the material they had before. And, every year since 2022, and I've got a letter from you, Kyle found it for me, you said, go explore CLG. And we have taken the approach that says any approach we have within our board, we are not only looking to improve our public base, but we are doing our documentation with the expectation and the standards of CLG. So if and when the time comes, it's going to be easier for us to present to the CLG, to the office, the organization, for certification. We are not going to leave that in the background. That being said, we've lost about 40 homes that were historic, and every time somebody doesn't comply, that's another loss. We really that's why we're focusing on education this year. We've got a class coming. We're bringing in guest speakers. We're talking about bringing. Oh, so you don't have the money to do your work? Hire a contractor. We will bring in specialists. We'll become like Lowe's for historic homes. Here's how you do your window sashes. We'll teach people. We're looking into that too. We want to become more a part of the community, and we do not want to be the hysterical society. We want to be the go-to people. Kyle keeps saying, well, we don't have to do the National Registry approvals. I've had 3 people come to me in the last month and a half and say, how do I get my XYZ on the Historic Registry, nationally recognized? I want this place to be a landmark because. And I have explained to them what they have to do, because it's not my job or our job until it becomes certifiable. But I will provide them the materials that they need. As we expand, people are looking who have lived here, say, I want my town to save this, or I want that. We have a unique capacity. We are the largest contiguous district still, even with all the losses, in North Carolina of historic homes. 81% of the homes in our historic district, unlike many other historic districts, are listed as contributing, which means they are significant to the character of the history and the character of the town. The other thing I always note and think is interesting on the National Registry, they make a commentary about our small town attitude, which is open, friendly, and inclusive. It is a draw. If we have the architectural history to sell it, I think we can maintain that outward approach to the world. As to the CLG, we're going to look at the standards and hold ourselves to it. We review our standards every year, and we're making changes, and I could give you a list of them if you're interested, but she's only given me 5 minutes. Not her fault. But we are updating them as we speak. We're trying to streamline, as he says, so that more things are turned around and you don't have to wait a month and deal with the negotiations when there should be none. If you're in full compliance with every standard, it should be a sign-off. If you're not in full compliance, you have the right to come before us and change our minds and make an exception to the rule, because that is what we're there for. But we have been used and abused in other ways historically, not by Kyle, but by previous administrations. So that's where I am. Do you have any questions? Because I know she's only given me 5 minutes. I'm making it hard.
You have 1 minute. I'm just going to yield the floor. You still have 1 minute, and I don't know this happens often.
I only had 5 seconds left.
Okay,
Now
it's done. We're
it's
past
2.
it now.
One question and one comment. The question is, how old does a home or a public building have to be considered for the National Register?
The National Register is something that the state and federal government decides.
Okay.
Okay, any home that was built 1976 and earlier is considered historic. It's 50 years.
Okay.
And I'll tell you that what somebody asked me about was North Rowan High School, because
Well, that's why I was.
it was the
alluding
first
to. That's what-
integrated high school in Rowan County, and that makes it a cultural historic.
And built in 58.
Yes,
That's when it opened.
and it was built in 58, so it meets.
And it's modernist.
It meets certain criteria,
Yeah.
but the documentation isn't there because we're talking about it. We don't have the paperwork.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to mention also, I can see this fitting into Joe and Steve's vision of walking around and pedestrians navigating through these neighborhoods with maps and things, and I can see this being a big boom tying in with the Transportation Museum.
And to address that before I say goodbye, before they throw me off of here, I want to say that I made a note listening to these gentlemen speak, and I've had it before. We need to build synergy. We tend to operate in our bubbles, and we need to break our bubbles and work together, because my history and the parks, my history and the zoning, we can create something really worth having people come to town and see. We put the signs up, and I've had people knock on my front door because I sit between two signs, and they're like, "What is this?" And I am an ambassador, so I'm willing to sit there and tell them. But we're holding classes so that everybody can become an ambassador for Spencer, so they have some history and they can present us the way we want to be presented. Thank you.
Leslie, we need to adjust our wayfinding to direct people to your front porch.
I have an 85-foot front porch. I can hold a lot of people. I did during the Walk of Peace, and it was lovely because I just wanted to.
So Kyle, one thing you talked about staffing, and I it may be helpful to give some context. I don't want folks, trying to figure out what Kyle was talking about when he's alluding to mysterious disappearance in the future, maybe. But your capacity as the Salisbury CDC has been quite limited by, y'all have some open positions essentially in your organization. Could you talk a little bit about that and how, to the extent you're possible, you're able to just shed a little more context on what that's about?
Yes, I'm not necessarily foreshadowing anything specific about my but I'm just saying, just like y'all, with your capacity issues, my organization has capacity issues. And I think the only reason I bring that up is right now you have some flexibility with how you operate your preservation program, because the current framework can be done relatively straightforwardly by a part-time person like me. If you were to pursue CLG in the immediate future, it would probably still be fine for some time as long as I'm around. But I think the problem is if something unforeseen were to happen with staffing, if I was drawn away to my agency on a more full-time basis, and I kind of left y'all in the lurch with the new CLG program, y'all would then need to either basically identify a staff person to fill in for me, or basically just allow your certification to lapse, if that makes sense.
Basically saying Kyle doesn't have the capacity right now to take on that additional work, and we would need to find somebody else to do that.
And I get it sounds like the CDC as an organization doesn't anticipate beefing up staff numbers in the foreseeable future to, add to your stable of talent.
Yes, I think like y'all, our staffing capacity issues are a medium term, if not a long term challenge.
So I'll, looking at the different options that are presented, to me, the second option presented by Kyle, I think it's the one we need to do in the immediate near term, and that's essentially continuing to get our house in order. Leslie and her group has really worked hard to do that over the last several years, but there's still opportunities for us to continue that with perhaps a goal down the road of looking, once we have everything in order, looking towards that certified local government. You know, the reality is we're sitting here talking about making sure we're able to retain our existing staff, as well as trying to find ways to fill the Parks and Recreation position that we had identified as a priority last year that we weren't able to do. And now we've identified yet another position. And I think, you know, the reality, we've got to prioritize what those are, recognizing we're not going to be able to do all of that this coming year.
Jonathan, if you choose option number 2, and I'm all for it because I don't want anybody stretched so thin as I feel some days, we will continue to use our benchmarks for our documentation and our processes, the ultimate CLG standards, so that when you are ready, you will have less work to do. The biggest concern we all had is Kyle is incredible, and he and I, at this point, we used to work together about three days a week. What if I'm lucky I see you at the meeting? And that has put a bit of a hardship on us, but we're not going to stop because historic preservation is critical to this town's persona in the bigger picture.
Yeah, and I think we absolutely, as a board, agree with that.
And I think, just to echo Leslie's point, really I think maybe I presented a little bit of a false dichotomy with those two options. Really the unspoken third option, which I think we're gravitating towards, is to continue to slowly align our process so that if a couple years down the road you want to get CLG certified, we'll have everything teed up for you. We'll have the ordinance updated, we'll have everything like that, but that can be done kind of over the long term, kind of housekeeping things over the long term, until y'all get to the point where you have the capacity that you're ready to pull the trigger.
If I could make a comment, I've sat in on a couple of your meetings now as a liaison to the preservation.
And I forget to thank you every time, Pat, but thank you.
Yeah. I think that your idea of streamlining minor revisions and permits is a good idea, because anything we can do to make it more feasible for somebody to get to do what they need to do for their home is really important. And that was one of the things that was talked about yesterday at an event that I attended with the Rowan County EDC, is permitting and getting that streamlined. And so I think if you could do a revision to determine what is considered minor, that would be a really important part.
And we've been working on that, and Leslie's in charge of a subcommittee where we're like more than halfway through the process of figuring that out. It did hit a roadblock on my part, but that is something that in the near future we can provide to y'all, so that y'all can basically adopt the new works category, and then that'll save a lot of time from people needing to go to hearings.
I was
hop in on that, Pat. I know I interrupted you, and I apologize. One of the issues is there is a requirement for HPC concurrence and my sign off to make it effective. The catch is if we let staff do the approval, or if we are trying to approve it through email, we don't have the sign off for the concurrence from the rest of the commission, and that is not in compliance with CLG. So we have to find a way to do that.
Is there not a way, though, for certain things to have delegated authority?
No, that's true. And I think, just to kind of clarify, when something is a minor work, it means that the HPC needs to be informed of it at like a monthly report, but the HPC does not have to concur or sign off on it. I think with a major work, that's where Leslie, as the chair, does need to sign off on those permits. But a minor work only requires the staff signature, because the staff signature on a minor work approval basically carries the board's approval insofar as y'all authorize that work to be reviewed by staff. So it's sort of like Steve doesn't need to take everything to the planning board, or the Board of Adjustment, Steve can issue zoning permits all day without asking anyone's permission, because he's basing his decisions on the adopted ordinance, and he's documenting that as part of the record.
Right. Well, I know it was just kind of painful for me to sit there and listen to some of the objections that were being done with a particular developer who was trying to, create more housing in this community.
Well, the other explanation for that is we have new members. We have 2 new members, possibly if we were putting in the next meeting, we'll have 3 new members who need quasi-judicial training, and I require, not you, I require this team to be trained every year because we need refresher courses, and if you've never had it before, you need your first course. So that's so we can avoid problems further down the road with some of our denials and whatnot, so that we stay in compliance. So you were right. That was painful. I should have issued apology cards to everybody afterwards.
Right. I mean, we have lots of personalities on our board, and some of the new members probably need a little bit more training. I think the member that you may be referring to he's a newer member. He's been on there for a time, but I think some additional training would be helpful to make sure the board understands when they should probably keep their opinions to themselves.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Well, I'm glad we didn't scare you away.
Thank you, Kyle. Leslie, thank you too.
I think I really used the phrase, my God.
All right, we'll move forward with the public safety career development.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm always a little leery coming up here after we eat. Everybody's eyes are real heavy. And it's near the end of the day and everybody's got feet ready to walk out the door. So
I'm ready.
I will say, this presentation was about 20 slides. I took cues from somebody. But I cut it to 9 slides. So hopefully we'll move a little quickly through this. And certainly interrupt me and ask any questions as we go along. So what I briefly want to talk about was the need for public safety career development. We kind of hit on that yesterday a little bit, and I think we'll just walk through it, and I'll kind of explain as we go. And the slides are pretty simple to understand. So kind of what the key aspects of career development are: continuous education. Basically, it's training our staff to be better and provide better services for our citizens. I'm not going to read everything up there verbatim, but that is ultimately what it is. We want to have highly qualified staff because we know that highly qualified staff provide highly qualified benefits to our community. And there is no way to say it without seeming like you're being derogatory, which you're not. A 6-month officer is not necessarily who you want responding to a serious crime. Everybody has to start there, but we don't want to be the constant revolving door of having only those 6-month officers that stay here for a very short period of time. Specialized opportunities, so that again is the officers working towards certifications to be able to provide certain individualized level of support to the community. Enhanced performance, training and professional development improves job performance, increases individual abilities during high stress situations. We know that, and that's the same for any job, not just law enforcement in particular. I mean, whenever you come up against an incident that you have to make quick decisions, certainly the ones that are trained better and have been doing it for longer respond to that quite more effective. And then leadership development, foundations laying the pathways to keep people here working for Spencer so that they're our next generation of leaders. To kind of think about that, we have to have a long-term strategy. So we want to create that career map for officers to help the individual stay on track for promotion while allowing the HC to prepare for retirements. You know, when we look back and we think about and some of you that's been around Spencer for quite a number of years, there's not many officers that have over the years retired from Spencer. About 2 that have actually stayed here and retired in the last 3 decades. Most of them are scooped up and taken elsewhere. Everybody knows First Sergeant Brigman. I believe he's the only one. I think he's the only one we have right now that is still receiving his separation allowance. So that's the only one that was, I guess, within my time, certainly, that is retired from Spencer. So that is kind of disheartening. Lieutenant Williams, Fort Worth PD, he has written numerous articles concerning the importance of career development. These are a couple of his quotes I thought were very important for us to read over. Professional development programs serve as the foundation for officer performance. Continuous improvement sets the stage for fast-tracking, high-performing professional officers who operate as future emergent leaders. And then agencies should remember the end goal, the development of officers who can successfully ascend the ranks as leaders and manage the police agency of the future. There again, when you think about what we're looking at right now, we have a short staff. We're short employees. We have one corporal that could have retired years ago. I have a sergeant that hit 30 years last week. So you start thinking 6 positions short. You got 2 that could walk out the door today. Where does it leave us sitting? Kind of double back on this. We've looked at this before in previous budget sessions, I believe. But how long does it take? And the numbers have changed a little bit, so I wanted to share that as an update to the board. So whenever we have to hire and recruit an officer to come to the agency, the background process is typically 2 to 3 months long. That's a burden on our staff to do that background process. Not a huge cost for the individual, but a huge cost for the agency as far as what we do have to pay for.
Do you think we're going to see any delays with that now with the background screening of all people who are going to be working with children through like a recreational sense?
I wouldn't think so. That's kind of
different.
Yeah, it's kind of a side step. I wouldn't think so, provided that we don't get backups on the processing of the fingerprints. That would be the only thing. Typically, they're fairly quick. The most recent one I sent in took about 3 weeks, I believe.
And I think that was really what your question was about the.
Well, I assume they're going to be kind of inundated.
Yeah,
which
certainly.
I think for a wonderful reason, but I know that our company,
right,
in context, has dropped out of the game, so we're a short a company as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if we're anticipating any backlogs, but
yeah,
maybe
certainly
they'll prioritize.
I would say we don't know. It is it's fortunate we can submit everything digital, so it is typically a little bit quicker. But yeah, as far as getting the response back, we definitely could see some. Yeah, we could see it stretch out a little bit. Basic law enforcement training. Again, that just recently went up. It is up to 880 hours of mandatory training. Again, that is just getting a fresh rookie on the street that has no experience at all. 880 hours there. Officer field training. So this is what they would be paired with a field training officer when they come actually to what we call come to the road. It'd be an additional 552 hours. That is the minimum that our agency will allow, 552 hours on top of the original 880. Total application to work time is 9 to 11 months. So these openings that we have where we're sending people to school with, we're having to leave that position open on the road, but yet we're using our funds to pay them, but that position is open on the road for 9 to 11 months. Here's always the big thing. What is it costing us to send our staff to training that then we are subsequently losing to other agencies? The hiring and recruitment process, there again, not a huge dollar figure. Background process, that's medical, polygraph, psychological evaluations and such that would go with that. Between $1,050 and $1,700. That depends on the depth of the background. Some of them could be a little higher, especially out-of-state candidates. Could cost a little more. Uniform, safety gear, books, etc. Everything that it costs for us to upfit an officer and then send them off to training, $2,975. Basic law enforcement training. Again, this is benefits and salary that we're looking at. $26,370 to pay them through school. They do have to take their own vehicle. We don't provide a vehicle for them while they're in training. But that is just the salary and benefits portion of what we pay them. BLET overage. So even though it's 880 hours, every employee we have had has came back with more than 100 hours over. So I think I'm probably light on the $2,300, but that would be the overage of where we have paid them additional hours over the 880 while they're in training. Officer field training. So again, remember, when you've got somebody in a car with somebody else, that's a position that is still remaining open on the street. An additional $16,540 while they are paired with an officer. So total for a new hire, $49,800. Now, you've heard me use the statement before, it costs us about $60,000 to get somebody through training. And the reason I always use the $60,000 number is because, remember, while somebody's in training and we're using and tying up a full-time position to have them in full-time training, we're having to pay part-timers on the back end to cover that open position. So $10,000 on top of this is not covering it all the time. That's leaving that position open on the street about 35 to 40% of the time it's open. We're only covering it about 60% of the time with that additional $10,000.
And you could also throw in like your salary portion, my salary portion, and anybody else who helps
Certainly.
with the hiring process.
Certainly, it is very time consuming to push the entire process through.
That's the price of a new car.
So here's kind of the bad part. We want to talk about what we've seen in the last 15 months. So we've lost seven employees in the last 15 months, lost 2 applicants. And what I mean by lost 2 applicants is we had 2 individuals in background process that were basically made a better offer. And by being made a better offer, they received some of this career development up front at other organizations, so they pulled out of our process because we didn't have that to offer them. Lost 3 of our employees who attended BLET. So 3 of them we put through. So we're out $150,000. Probably 30 grand higher than that because we actually lost effectively the amount of money that we paid part-time to cover while we were putting these individuals through the academy. Average employee retention, 2 years, 1 month. $50,000, a lot to invest for a 2-year return effectively. So our current staff shortage, we've got 4 positions open. We have 1 frozen position and then 1 new officer in training. So the 1 new officer in training is another one that we put through school. So he is in that final process where he is working on the actual field training part here. So again, that position is still effectively open on the street. The job he would be doing is open because he is in a car with another officer right now. So that is fortunately we're coming up on about that target number of hours somewhere towards the end of March. We're hoping to be able to release him, which will put him back in a separate car. I think this was asked last night, most common reasons cited for leaving: career advancement, monetary benefits. So again, the most recent ones that we've lost to the county have been for about $7,000 to $8,000 in salary increase. A lot of that is where they're able to pay incentive pay. So obviously, if you look at the base numbers, our base numbers look pretty good, and I think we've done really good at moving our base numbers up and becoming competitive in the market with the salary study. The only drawback for us right now is these basically every other entity in the county is offering career advancement to where if you come in as more than a very basic officer and you have high-level certifications, they're actually giving you financial assistance and incentives to come to their agency for that. So kind of looking at really what that means, I've said career development program a couple of times. So written and detailed requirements and or pathways towards advancement. The good thing is the state already provides some of that. So especially on the law enforcement side, you know, having BLET would not get you anything extra. That is your basic bare minimum. Much like how Chief Lanning has basic bare minimums for what he expects his firemen to come to the station with. That 880 hours would not give them per se an incentive for already possessing that. But we have intermediate certifications, we have advanced certifications, things that are already pre-laid out that the state offers. If you meet the requirements of it, the state basically gives you those certs. So we would just simply follow what is already laid out. It would just be one of the things where we'd have to determine what and how would we incentivize it on our side. What would the town want to do for individuals that possess or gain those type certifications? Again, monetary support and incentives towards possession of college level education or obtaining those certifications: intermediate, advanced, specialized training, general instructors, training officers, all of the things that we have been sending people to, and then they're leaving and taking the training we paid them to go to and taking it to another agency. So you think about the 150 we lost, 150,000 we effectively lost by losing these employees to other agencies. The ones that have stayed here and have some of these, they're being incentivized at other agencies to come over and then they're utilizing the training that we paid for and sent them to school for to help out the other agency. I'm all for helping everybody out. I'm not all for losing my people.
Do they have to sign any kind of a contract with us?
That's exactly
Well, they
what I was
do.
gonna ask.
They do. So I'll tell you about the contract. I believe it is $2,500. It's $2,500. The problem is, and we've actually, we have had people pay it. That pay the $2,500, but when you're getting $8,000 raise or you're getting a signing bonus, they just pay it. We've also had, I believe, one that did not pay. This was years ago before I was your chief. There again, do you sue the officer? Do you try to get the money back? And if so, really, the $2,500 is really a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money that we're
Send a bill to the agency they went to.
Yeah, exactly. But I think.
But I mean, $2,500 is a drop in the bucket compared to the tens of thousands of dollars. If we're putting somebody through BLET, they should be signing a contract. But if they leave within 3 years, they're paying that back, that full amount.
Yeah. And I don't know, I don't know any organization that has a contract that high, and I don't know how that would go. I fear that would maybe prevent us from hiring, would be my guess.
As someone who's worked in a high turnover field who has signed contracts just like that, we may see some improvement, but the only thing we're going to see is a change from we lose people after 2 years and 1 month to we now lose people at 3 years, right when their contract is over. So, and it does sound logical, but it does lean more on the punitive side rather than incentivizing, because there's other fields. I mean, in social work, you sign the same contract, and you're still seeing the same levels of turnover.
On the same token, I would rather pay a seasoned officer $7,000 or $8,000 more a year than $30,000 in BLET training and all that, and then having them walk out the door. I think that's the thing that maybe we need to look at is, I was all for the paying for the BLET and doing all that, but it's becoming very clear that as we're bringing new officers in, they truly are using us as a stepping stone. So how do we maybe appeal to those more seasoned officers that maybe are just fed up with the type of the culture and the agency that they're working for, that want to come work for a town like Spencer?
Certainly, and I think that's kind of what the key was. And me and Peter's talked about this pretty in depth. We would much rather have the seasoned officer for a multitude of reasons, but we want the person who wants to settle down, that when you're walking up the street, the clerk at the convenience store knows that's Officer so-and-so. We want people that stay here long enough that the citizens know who's responding to a call whenever they come to your house because your burglar alarm's going off. And that is one of those things where it's not, you really can't put a dollar value on the benefit to the community for having officers that stick around and stay. But yes, I agree with you 100%. The problem with hiring the ones that are at that level you're talking about, they've got the incentives where they're at. Right. And, we recently encountered that. Everybody knows we lost our lieutenant over CID. He was here because he wanted to be. He's still here part-time, but, he went into the personal world and opened his own business up, so I applaud him for that. But on the flip side, when we started looking at people we could hire for that position, and that spot's still sitting open, we are nowhere close. I mean, nowhere close. We're not even in the ballpark of being able to provide a salary to hire an individual with those qualifications from another agency. Severely low on that spot. So we're very fortunate that we had somebody in that position that wanted to be here, and it came in when there was a lot of turmoil in the county. But there's some of the spots we're way under. So the incentive pay is something where you're able to get those more senior people that want to kind of settle down and they're not the I'm going to use the term little kids that want to go play everywhere. Because really what it is, when we look at career, when you go back to most common reason for leaving, career advancement and monetary benefits, some of that career advancement is solely because the 2-year officer wants to go run and gun, what we call it, and they want to be able to drive all over the county, and they want to drive cars fast. Everybody knows the old adage, that's fun. What cops get to do, burn the blue lights, drive cars fast. That's everybody's favorite part of it. And the younger officers, that really is their favorite part of it. And we don't have as much of that. We don't want as much of that. That costs us money, and if we had a lot of that, it would be that we had serious criminal problems in our community, which we don't have. What we do want is the guy that walks around and high fives the kids, and everybody knows him, and he's here at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he stays here until the job's done. That's what we want. So working towards it, 70% of workers say they would stay with an employer throughout their careers if their company upskilled them, aka provided training and provided monetary benefit. And then among workers who quit their jobs in 2021, 63% said it was because they didn't have those opportunities for advancement. That was from a career study put out at the University of Phoenix. So certainly it's something that we need to look into, I think. I know I'm coming at the end when we've talked about a bunch of money that we need to spend. So I really don't have the fix. I don't have the right answer. I know that we have a problem. I know incentivizing would help, but obviously it does not come cheap. Just to kind of tell you what most agencies are doing that we know of, they give a percentage-based points upon years of service, and then they give a percentage base or a flat fee upon obtaining these highly qualified certifications. So what that looks like for our organization, we certainly would have flexibility to make it whatever we wanted to. But it is kind of laid out across the county and really across the state. Most organizations are incentivizing the same way. And that's what's allowing you to get those senior people and maybe avoid all of the younger training. Not that we don't want to send people through training, but for us to lose 3 of the 4 we put through since we began this, that's a pretty high failure rate.
The risk reward is the math. The math doesn't math out.
Certainly. And by saying we've lost 3 of the 4, I will tell you this too. The 4th is the one that's still in training right now. So we've lost all 3 of the ones that we actually put through. And the 4th one that's in training has already been approached by an agency, and he's not even finished with our training.
Wow.
So, and approached twice. So fortunately, he feels obligated to us.
Is it the agency that continues to
one of 2 that quite often. One of 2 that quite often in this area approach our officers. So
a couple of things that just to maybe add a little more context. We did have an officer who went to pursue some greener pastures, not at another local public agency, but other different kinds of greener pastures, and wound up returning to us
within 3 months.
And to me, that's a glimmer of hope. That
well, it certainly makes you
says
feel
something
good.
Positive.
Yeah, it certainly makes you feel good that it's not the organization itself. It really is not the organization. I always say for a young individual, $600 a month is either living in a little rental house or buying their first house. So for a young, non-seasoned officer, the ones that are going through the academy now, you're getting that young person that's quite frankly trying to get up on their feet, and they look at things a little different. So if you can swoop in and pick them up, and they can go buy a new truck or get their first house, then often they're looking at that.
Speaking of that, the concept I mentioned earlier, what are your thoughts on that?
I honestly don't know. I think with the BLET idea, if we were continuing that, it would probably be a pretty good benefit. Most of your senior officers obviously already have homes, so and we've got an officer that's in the what I call the Carter House deal. Again, that's actually one that we just lost to another agency. He's part-time with us now, but we lost him as a full-time employee. And that's one that we put through BLET. And we've had really good luck with our BLET cadets. Every BLET cadet we put through has been top of the class. So it's fun for me because I sit on the board at Stanley Community College, and I just always think it's neat that Spencer's people have been top of the class, and we don't even reside in that county. So it's always fun. And their sheriff's office and their city PD tries to steal our people while they're down there too. But they've been true to us up to that magical number around that 2-year point, and that's where we start losing them. So
the other thing I wanted to share though, when you were talking about the other agencies with the experience-based rate improvements when they're bringing them on, we have used that approach with our DI program in the last few years from a variety of our departments, that if folks are coming in with public sector experience, we've kind of modified that they could get up to 3 DIs with a third of a DI per year. Basically, every 3 years of experience would give you a DI's worth. And so we have brought folks in based on that. Now, this fiscal year, of course, that's kind of, as we've been working towards our new pay rates, we haven't been able to bring folks in with that methodology because we've been bringing them in with everybody working towards new pay rates. So it's been an odd situation this past year. But, you know, perhaps an idea we could explore is what would it look like to set up this kind of program where we are continuing to consider, of course, people's experience as they're coming in. But one idea I had previously shared with Chief Isle from where I used to work is what career development incentives look like there is on an annual basis, you establish a career development goal in terms of training. And then if you complete that goal, then when it's, you know, the time of the year that performance is assessed and that salary adjustments are made, you know, you might have a certain pool for performance increases that are authorized that year. Say it's 2 or 3%, and then career development might be worth another 1% on top of that. So you could start to stack these things that if you're a high performer and you're progressing in career development, then you're going to progress at a faster rate than somebody who's not.
I have a question about that, and this is, maybe this is crazy, but with career development opportunities, if they continue to move up, are they going to reach the point where they have passed their, I mean, it's like the old Peter principle, they have outdone their, I mean, they've out-achieved the top level. I mean, where do they go from there?
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a couple of targets. Really, the state has a few targets. There's about half a dozen individual, I'm gonna call it individual targets that on the PD side that you try to obtain. And, you know, some of them take, you know, a lot of work. I'll tell you, like a intermediate certification takes 600 hours of additional training over all those hours we talked about, plus X number of years of service. And to get their advance is another 600 or 800 on top of that. So it takes you a significant amount of time to get there. That's kind of where we come back to the whole adage of if they're being paid at another agency for it, and we would hope to be able to hire them at some point. Because there are officers that have worked at these high volume agencies that work for the city of Salisbury, and they kind of want to slow down a little bit. I mean, there's no doubt that we're certainly a little bit slower than what the city of Salisbury probably is. But when they've got those certifications, they already have them, they're being compensated there, we would obviously have to compensate them to bring them over. But yeah, as far as really outgrowing, I don't think so. You know, we're at that unique organizational size where we're just big enough to have additional opportunities. And if you can keep people here, quite frankly, they're about guaranteed to advance into leadership positions just by solely people retiring out. I've got 8 years left. Lieutenant Leonard's got 9 years left. Sergeant O'Brien could go out right now. He just hit his 30 years. So there are certainly individuals in our organization that are going to begin cycling out. So for these younger officers that, you know, have 5 or 8 years experience, and by the time they were ready for those senior leadership positions, they would be open anyway. Which there again is kind of what we want to do.
Do we communicate that kind of succession plan or to staff?
It was recently communicated before we lost one. So unfortunately, that's one of the instances I was talking about where just the almighty dollar got the 2 individuals.
Well, and the reality is, if that's the only thing it comes down to, there's probably aren't the folks that we want.
Yeah, we always say
for a career here.
Right. Yeah, we always say, I mean, you can't outdo the dollar, but sometimes you can. You know, like Peter talked about, an individual come back to us that was making significantly more and came back. At least all it was not greener pastures on the other side.
Septic tanks over there.
That's right. That's right. So you know, that's kind of a pat on the back that somebody's like, well, it's not worth the money. But unfortunately, the 7 we talked about and the 2 that we lost, those are ones that have all been lost. So that's not counting the one that left and came back. We kind of set that one to the side and didn't mention him. So 15 months and 7 backgrounds is hard. I know Anna's had her hands full. She's seen more conditional offers than probably what she would like to. And then losing 2 that were in process. Again, the 2 that we lost to other agencies, their base pay is almost identical to ours. So we are very competitive with those agencies, very competitive. One of those agencies is not one that we've talked about, and their base pay is $10 different than ours, 10 or 20. I mean, that's how close it is. But they had incentivized pay.
Yeah.
So they brought the officer in, not a crazy amount higher, but the incentives were about $2,500, I think. And this was an officer that was totally generic to this county. He didn't know this county. He didn't have a pro and con for either agency. So it wasn't a slight against us. I mean, it was simply, okay, well, you're going to give me a little more. I might as well take more. So we all kind of understand that. If, you know, the paycheck's going to be bigger, why not, if you don't have a pool to either one of them. So certainly something to think about, and I will continue working on the possibilities of what we can, and I will try to answer any other questions you have. Definitely appreciate your support and thinking about how we can fix the problem. I just hate to see the waste of money. Everybody picks on me about being, well, Heather calls me a tightwad, I think. I call it frugal. But
thrifty.
Oh yeah, thrifty. I don't mind buying off of eBay even for work stuff. But on the flip side, I also hate losing 6 figures.
Yeah.
That's a
3
lot
cars.
of loss. Yeah, certainly.
Chief, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that you said there's a $2,500 fee in there. Is there a non-compete clause in there?
Problem is non-compete clauses now with some of the legislation that's been passed are really minimally enforceable.
And with us as a public sector entity, I just don't know if that really is even in the world
It's a
that
great
we can
idea,
entertain.
but
Yeah. And I will say, you know, I mean, the honest truth to the end all of it is contracts, anything we do, if you ever had to try to go get the money because somebody wouldn't voluntarily give it back to you,
it's going to cost more.
Well, it's going to cost a lot. I was told by an attorney, how do you think that would look to sue the poor little 12-month officer that left your organization for greener pastures, but he's doing a great job serving the community in your same county, to go after them and sue them to try to get the funds. So, you know, I don't really know that there's a right answer on that. I mean, we do still make them sign the contract, and most all of them, except for the one that I know of, has complied with it. Well, like I said, we actually lost one, and he came up here and stroked us a check out. Just wrote us a check on his last day and gave it to Christy. So there again, $2,500 is a drop in the bucket to the actual cost that we put into the individual, though. So. Thank you. And it wasn't 20 slides.
Good job.
It talked a lot, but it wasn't 20 slides.
That was an excellent self-edit. So we have an exercise to do next. What I'm going to ask you to do is to count off by 3. So we'll start with Heather and go down the line, 1, 2, 3. So we'll take a little break, and when you come back, I want you organized into your groups of 3. I guess we can use the 2 tables, and then where would you recommend having the 3rd group?
Well, we could use the conference room too,
Okay.
if that would help.
Or the table in the break room.
Break. Yeah, we could have a group in here, a conference room table, and a break room table.
All right. So the first 3 to count off will decide where your group will go. So we'll start with Heather.
I get to choose too where we go.
You get to choose where you go. Go ahead.
Oh, 2.
3.
Okay, so you 3 will select your positions, and the rest will assume.
Okay, 1,
2, 3.
1, 2,
3.
1.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, ours is going to be a motley crew.
Chief Pilots 1.
You're 1.
Is Leslie going to be there?
This is a staff activity, but Leslie and I will catch up. I saw her at the health session, so we'll catch up. So go ahead, take a break, Aldermans. I expect you to come back with a new piece of knowledge about one of your fellow board members from your chart of 4 while you take this break. Find out something new from somebody. pressure. No pressure. Can we get it done? I'm on a ticking time bomb.
No, you have it.
All right. Before we get started, I would like to introduce, now that it's the end of the day, my lovely colleague Katie Brewer, who is in her first week of employment with Centralina. So you are her first
bless your heart.
board
You got us on your
assignment.
first week.
Awesome.
She is learning all about government through you. So thank you very much for being an excellent example.
What she says, what she really means is she's learning all the things not to do.
That is
From
not
us.
true.
Yeah.
That is not true. But she's done some great work. She comes from a great and highly reputable communications agency in Charlotte and has done some great things with Charlotte Water. And if you can communicate Charlotte Water to the general population and get them to sign on to things, you can do
Amen to
Centralina. So we're excited to have her, and she may be facilitating some things for you in the future. So, and she'll be writing our newsletters and things. So you'll hear her voice come through. So what did y'all think of this exercise? Did it get you thinking in a new and different way? Yeah, move some conversations forward quickly. Okay. Well, let's see what you came up like. I feel the energy, like you're ready to go. So please go ahead and share out. Why don't we do one group or one response from each group, and we'll go around so that we can make sure we have time for everyone. So pick one.
You have a 3-minute limit.
And describe it, and then I'll ask you all if anything is missing or if you have any ideas to solve. If you agree with the tier, definitely start out with your tier 1.
Okay, so let's see here. Is this on?
Yes.
All right, so one of the things that our group noticed throughout today is that a recurring point of conversation is the idea that staff wear multiple hats, right? Which is a great thing. And I think when we are all kind of like on the top of our game, we love to hear that as a compliment, that we're wearing multiple hats and we're sort of providing multiple services. But it's on those days where we're feeling a little bit stretched that it doesn't quite come across as a compliment anymore. So I think one of the things that I think the town should at least include in your conversations moving forward is the idea of having sort of healthy workloads for staff and sort of recognizing burnout as a possible concern for some staff, even contracted staff. And I think there are a variety of ways to do that. I know a lot of larger agencies kind of have employee policies related to kind of employee mental health and things like that. But I think that's something that the town should definitely consider moving forward. As you tackle the big problems or the big challenges, we definitely don't want that to get left out of the conversation.
Okay, any other ideas for tackling burnout? You mentioned having policies that address mental health. Any other ideas for tackling burnout?
I think appropriate staffing and appropriate compensation for roles, just something we're working on for sure, but that'll do it. That's one of the factors.
Team building. Yep.
Look right here.
Make it
My
fun.
staff laughs at me because they're like, how do we make work fun? But like, make it fun. Make it fun. Right?
Peter, that's a new position that you need, a new hat that somebody needs to wear, and that's ambassador of fun.
We need to get Nick Offerman, the ambassador of Carnival Cruises. I think that's his title or something. That.
All right, we're having too much fun with this.
So
Get back together. We're very serious here. Go ahead and repeat it. We don't know who said it.
Speedos. I'll just say
No. Okay.
There's nothing fun about that.
That was
I'm just saying,
an aquatic center is what I heard. They need an aquatic center. All right. Next, pick priority tier 1.
I was going to. We had a tier 1 issue of that we called retention, staff retention, and I think it plays right into that. So I don't know
That's different.
if you'd rather us pick a different topic or.
Well, the faster we go through this, the more we'll hear.
Yeah, and it was high priority. We think it's going to involve investment, policy, and innovation. We consider it tier 1, but we know it's not something that's solvable in 1 year, but we want to get started as soon as we can. But this is going to be a multi-year type process.
Anyone disagree that retention is not a tier 1 issue? Okay. Mr. Mayor, oh, you have your own microphone there. Go ahead.
Yes, I will speak. So we had 3 tier 1s. Funding obviously was one, but we all know that, and so I'm not going to. But I do want to hit on 2 that are related to staffing to reiterate that point, because I think those are, in our opinion, our group's opinion, staffing and funding were the top 3 issues that we need to be able to tackle. And so staffing limitations was one. Just recognizing of all the things that we've heard, it's not just on retention, it's also on, limited staffing with fire department and how we balance all of that. And I think we just heard it from Kyle too, having to place a lot on our existing staff. So we recognize that's going to take investment. It's going to take money to fix that problem. But it's also going to take collaboration. And I think maybe most important of all, innovation, being able to think a little differently with how we tackle that problem and do some outside the box things. And then the other related to that was agencies competing for our people. And again, investment's a part of that in innovation, but I think the big part there is going to be collaboration and trying to get some understanding with some of these agencies, especially with some new leadership in some of these agencies to maybe set some ground rules.
At some point, you can't buy yourself out of a compensation situation.
Right.
So let's come to some terms. Anyone disagree with that?
I don't disagree, but I think staff burnout we can cross-training. I know there's some departments that we can't cross-train, but I talk to my girls all the time about learning things that Steve does, learning things that Kyle does, just to kind of get them familiar with, other things that are going on within the town. So
Yeah,
cross-training I think will help out.
I would agree with you. That's something we try to do on our team. And one of the reasons why, Katie's communications, but she's also here doing technical services. Number one, you might get somebody interested in a topic that they never knew they had a skill set or aptitude for, especially with some niche positions that you may have in a town where people wear multiple hats. So you're that's part of that investment in people, is saying this isn't more work. This is us training you on how to take that next step in the organization.
And I think that may actually, in some cases, prevent burnout, because there are certain people that get tired of doing the same thing over and over and over again and want some variety in their work. So, Steve, I'm glad to see she used you as an example. She sends her staff to learn what not to do. Succession planning.
Well, and it gets you
I'm
out of
getting you closer
siloed
to
thinking,
retirement.
right?
Yep.
Think about how, when you're talking about innovation, the fastest way to make it happen is to put somebody on a team that has no experience within that team, but tons of experience within the organization in a different way. You'll move innovation faster than ever. All right, we have another tier 1 there.
So, well, yeah, actually playing into what we were just talking about, we did identify kind of long-term institutional sustainability in terms of like succession planning, defining roles, standard operating procedures, just basic things like that. I think with a small organization like us, that's very important to make sure that, if we lose a staff person, how can we quickly onboard a new person by having whatever that person was doing documented and replicable.
Any disagreement?
I was just going to add, we actually put that as tier 1, 2, and 3 because it's an ongoing thing. Will never end.
Any thoughts? All right, Peter, what's your next?
So we had another tier 1 of citizen participation. We talked a lot about that issue. I took a picture of our magic board that I wanted to pull out a few key points with that. That gets into civic engagement and people understanding how we do what we do and how things work. It gets into our committees and boards and commissions. It gets into the decision-making processes we have and that we want input from the community. Our history of volunteerism, trust, transparency. We talked a lot about the fact that maybe when we don't see a crowd full of people, it means that most people are content and satisfied. And well, maybe we shouldn't forget that, but we shouldn't be satisfied with that thought. We should strive to make sure people are involved. We saw that as a medium impact area, but we saw it as one that we could do some things and have tried to do a lot of things that are relatively low cost, and we just want to keep that momentum going. We think it'll involve collaboration and innovation, and we consider it tier 1, and mostly because it's something we're already working on in a variety of ways.
Any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'll hit on, we had that on our list too, but what was interesting, we had it as a tier 3, recognizing it is something that we're working on, but the reality is we're probably not going to solve it in the next year, because that community engagement is something that ultimately we've been battling for years. I think we've made great strides in improving there, but that's a long-term effort. But the other piece of that goes back to what you were saying, the things that we're already doing. We are doing things for community engagement, and folks maybe aren't showing up, and the ones that do show up represent a small few with their concerns and everything. And so distractions was one of the roadblocks that we had. Basically distractions, things that come up that are important to our community, but maybe don't rise to the level of importance of part of our strategic plan. And sometimes we go down a rabbit hole chasing those distractions as opposed to really keeping our focus and our eyes on those larger strategic initiatives and moving those forward. So we had both of those as tier 3, but I think they kind of go hand in hand. It's a long-term fix, but innovation, collaboration, and then on the distraction piece, we talked about even having policies for, some guiding policies that help us screen those distractions and know what rises to a level of reacting to and what maybe doesn't.
And I would say a lot of times that happens, especially in grant work. We love the idea of free money so much. Nothing is free, right? We all know there's grant administration, but we love those grant funds so much that we will abandon our strategic plan to go in a direction that another organization has set as their priority, right? And so I think especially now as grant funding changes, don't find the organization in a place where you are morphing and abandoning those things that are important to your town in order to make the grants happen necessarily. Find the grants that work for you. Find the grants that work toward your goals. That would be one example. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, it is 3:57. So what I'm going to do is ask for you all to turn in those sheets to us. We'll include it in our report. We will make some recommendations, but we will ask you to continue, because you all had those conversations independently. Continue those conversations, explore it, and develop the themes you discussed today. Our report, of course, will just have the information you have here. So it's just a starting off point. Is there anything you'd like to add about this exercise?
You want the
Yes, we would like all of the things so that we can be as comprehensive as possible.
Emailed you our pictures.
Oh, thank you, Peter.
We didn't write them all down on paper.
Okay, well, you had enough time and you only had 3, so.
Wow.
We were deeply.
You got distracted.
Peter's going to be in an emotional turmoil after this.
Now, Peter and I have
Need a
known each other
vacation.
for almost
Oh,
20
okay.
years,
Here's
and
some
before
blanks,
that,
too.
I've known him as Peter Francis, calling to let me know about my trash.
See, I told you. I actually told them about that.
I can repeat it verbatim if you're interested.
Yep, I was the voice. That was it.
So that is all we have for the retreat today. We hope that exercise was helpful in just getting outside of your normal comfort zone and what you would typically do and think strategically about things. And we are, of course, glad to be a resource for you. And I want to let you know we'll have an economist from Clemson University come to our office on March 20th. If you'd like to sign up for that, it'll be a wonderful a wonderful presentation. He's come to Cabarrus County before, and it was fantastic. Very easy to understand and apply. And then we will have some tax assessors from Union, Cabarrus, and Mecklenburg County in the office somewhere. I think in the office. We're finding a space for it. Late April, and they're going to discuss revaluation for elected officials. So you may not have the experience with it, so you'll understand what it is and how to use it in your decision making. So those are some big things.
Which I'll note for Rowan County, we are going to be coming up against that again in about a year. They're working on the reval this year. That will get all the information this time next year that will play into our FY28 budget cycle. So if we thought we were over reval, it's time for it again.
Well, such as it is our life cycle as government. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn to you to close it. Well, let me see. Peter, do you have anything to add?
I would just like to thank you and Katie for your time with us and your talent and your expertise and helping us through this process, and to our team for all the work that you put in this, and to our elected officials for your collaboration. And I really appreciate the way that we can go about this as a unified team and look forward to what lies ahead. So just wanted to say that. Heather, thank you for all of the food. We need to thank Heather for the food.
Leftovers home, because I'm not.
And Mike, thanks for keeping things going on the AV side of the house.
Oh, yeah. It's a mic check.
Yeah, Mike's a rock star.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think Peter about closed us out right there, didn't you? You thanked everybody, so thank you all again. I know it's a lot devoting the last evening and then all day today to sitting here talking about these things, but I feel like we got through a lot of stuff. We hit on some pretty heavy stuff. We know what our roadblocks are that are out there. I think this last exercise was good for us to start to learn how to break it down and tackle it in those layers that we talked about this morning. But I would just encourage you, as many obstacles as we sometimes see, it can be kind of disheartening. But all these obstacles we're talking about are obstacles that we're talking about getting through because of all the great opportunities that lie ahead. We just got to find a way to get through them. Our future is very, very bright here in Spencer. You all as staff have laid the groundwork over the last several years to really put us in a position to be successful where we are. And board, you all have had the vision and the courage to make some decisions that have been tough, but ultimately have benefited our community. And so, some of these obstacles, it's kind of a bummer when we talk about them, but the reality is we've got really, really exciting stuff happening. And I think the eternal optimist in me thinks that these are short-term obstacles that we're talking about because we're on the cusp of something great, something that we may not be having to have some of these types of conversations just a few years from now because we're going to be in a much better financial spot. So thank you all. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor? All right. We're adjourned. Thank you all.